Chapter 346. Su Yu felt the urgency of the situation. What kind of danger did the appearance of the demonic beast emperor signify? That's right. There is one more thing I need to report to the palace master. I killed Inspector Bai He. Su Yu said. Ling Xiaotian was surprised, his eyes glowing. That old thing escaped from the divine artifact. Furthermore, he dared to follow you and plot against you? Ling Xiaotian said coldly, he should be glad that you killed him. If not, I would personally hunt him down and let him know what it means to have no way out. Hearing this, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like killing Inspector Bai He would not be a problem. If there is nothing else, I will return to the Inu area. I have not returned for a month. I wonder how the area is. Su Yu said his goodbyes. Wait. Ling Xiaotian stopped Su Yu. Do you remember what I said to you before the training? Ling Xiaotian said. Su Yu tried his best to recall. Suddenly remembering, Palace Master said that after we return from the training, there will be another important task for us. With a smile, Ling Xiaotian nodded. That's right. Letting you train is to prepare for this. Palace Master, please instruct me. Su Yu was stern. Ling Xiaotian smiled but did not speak. Do not be nervous. We are not executing a mission, but participating in a meeting. What meeting? Su Yu was confused. The Northern Continent's Phoenix Meet. Ling Xiaotian said. Phoenix Meet? Su Yu was confused. What meeting is this? Is it very famous? For it to be named the North Continent, it was obvious how important it was. Ling Xiaotian's lips twitched. He then remembered that Su Yu came from a remote coastal area and naturally did not know about the North Continent's grand event. The Phoenix Meet is held once every 10 years. The invitees are the most outstanding youths of the North Continent. All the outstanding men are gathered here. Su Yu was a little disappointed. Another competition? Su Yu was not interested in a meaningless competition. It would be more meaningful for him to focus on training. No. Ling Xiaotian's reply was unexpected. It is a matchmaking session. Matchmaking session? Su Yu almost bit his tongue. This was a matchmaking session. In that case, he was even less interested. Thank you for your kind intentions, Hall Master, but I think I might not need it. He already had Xian. So how could he participate in the blind date? Haha, are you not worried that your fiancé might be snatched away by someone else? Ling Xiaotian said with a faint smile. Su Yu was slightly stunned. He repeated the name of the Phoenix Meet. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed past his mind. It's a male youth from the continent going on a blind date with the Phoenix Cabinet? Ling Xiaotian nodded. That's right. The Phoenix Cabinet has always only recruited female disciples. There's a lack of males in the cabinet, and outstanding female disciples have been married off all year round, resulting in a loss of talent. Thus, the Phoenix Cabinet took the initiative to hold the Phoenix Meet to find a spouse for the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet. Under the matchmaking, not only would the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet stay, they would also be able to attract some outstanding male disciples from the other sex, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the Northern Continent's talented youths, they are also passionate about finding companions in the Phoenix Cabinet. The female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet are not only the gathering place of the Northern Continent's most outstanding females, but their appearances are also extraordinary. During this meet, if anyone takes a liking to your fiancé, and the Phoenix Cabinet agrees, the relationship between you and your fiancé might be severed by the Phoenix Cabinet. At that time, she would be someone else's spouse. Are you willing to do that? Su Yu was shocked. But don't we need the approval of the female disciples? Ling Xiaotian shook his head. Of course not. If it is about mutual affection, it would be difficult to find even 1 in 100 people who are in love with each other. If that is the case, what is the point of the Phoenix Cabinet painstakingly holding the blind date? As long as the male's performance meets the Phoenix Cabinet standards, the female disciple that takes a liking to the male will be betrothed to him. As for an individual's will in front of the faction, it is insignificant. Thus, if a suitable person appears for your fiancé, I'm sure the Phoenix Cabinet will not mind severing the relationship between you and your fiancé. Suyu was shocked. Disregarding Xian Er's potential, just based on her cute appearance, she would still be fought over by many geniuses. At that time, if there was someone who met the requirements of the Phoenix Cabinet, what awaited Suyu was an annulment letter. Even though Xian was pure, she was stubborn and determined. If she was forced to accept such a reality, she might end her own life. In the past, when she was forced to marry Chao Xian in the Lu Xian faction, she had wanted to commit suicide many times. Su, you did not want the same thing to happen again. Xian was his fiancée. No one was allowed to touch her. Looks like you have thought it through. Prepare yourself over the next few days. When the time comes, there might be a few fierce battles. Suyu said, What kind of competition will it be? Could it be that if a few people take a liking to the same person, they will have to fight for her with their abilities? Ling Xiaotian nodded. That's right. First, there will be an elimination competition. Only the top 100 will have the right to choose a female disciple that catches their eye. After that, if they take a liking to the same person, they will fight for her hand in hand. The one with the highest abilities will be able to win the heart of the beauty. In this meet, all the powerhouses of the North Continent will send their most outstanding male disciples to participate. Over the years, it has become a competition for the young elites of the North Continent. On the surface, it is a marriage match, but in reality, it is a gathering for the various factions to display their potential. The reputation that you obtain will affect the honor of the Empire of Darkness. Hence, I hope that you will participate seriously. Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Palace Master, don't worry. I will fight with all my might. Even if it was not to repay Ling Xiaotian, Su Yu would fight with his life on the line for Xian. All right, go back and prepare. In 3 days you, along with the first Deputy Palace Master, second Deputy Palace Master, and third Deputy Palace Master, will represent the North Continent's sub-palace to participate in the meet. Su Yu nodded, turning to leave. Half a day later in the Yinyu area, outside the Palace Master's Manor in Yinyu City, the atmosphere was solemn. A large group of guards stood within the manor in fear and trepidation. A bald young man of about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long robe made of beast skin. He had thick black eyebrows, and his eyes were like copper bells. Looking at him, he gave off a savage and fierce feeling. He stood outside the manor with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. The guards did not even dare to breathe loudly. In fact, they did not even dare to raise their heads to look at him. This was because of his illustrious status. Third Deputy Palace Master, Palace Master Yinyu, has yet to return. If there is anything, I can pass the message on his behalf, Zi Yunxiang calmly said. The bald young man in front of her was Deputy Palace Master Xiao Guang, ranked third among the 10 great Deputy Palace Masters. He had suddenly descended upon the Yinyu area, requesting for Suyu to come out and see him. Hearing this, Xiao Guang glanced at her. Who do you think you are to pass the message on my behalf? I'll say it again, get him to come out and see me. Xiao Guang repeated. Zi Yunxiang was neither servile nor overbearing. I'll say it again. Palace Master Yinyu is not in the manor. If you do not wish for me to pass the message on your behalf, then wait patiently outside. Xiao Guang creased his brows. Ask me to wait? Is a child like him worthy? I want to see him. Even if he is at the ends of the earth, he has to come out. Furthermore, he is training with all of you. All of you have returned, but he is outside? Don't test my patience. Get him to come out and see me. Zi Yunxiang shook her head. She could not be bothered with such an unreasonable person. Close the door. Turning to return to the manor, Zi Yunxiang calmly said. Being ignored by Zi Yunxiang, Xiao Guang was stunned. He did not expect a lady in Su Yu's manner to be so daring, to embarrass him in front of everyone. Following this, a layer of evil energy flickered between his brows. His anger was evident. A mere servant dares to be so insolent in front of me. Do you still care about the hierarchy in your eyes? Squinting, Xiao Guang looked around the Inu manor, his eyes glowing with a cold light. From the looks of it, this Inu manor, from the master to the servants, lacks discipline. I would like to see where you, Inu, get your confidence from to refuse to see me. Crash! Xiao Guang lifted his leg and kicked the door of the Inu manor. Even for an immortal realm level, 3 upper tier like him, a mere door was like a piece of paper. The giant door was sent flying 100 zhang away, crashing into the manor. Miss Zi, be careful. The expressions of the guards changed, hurriedly pulling Zi Yunxiang away. But a few of the guards were also trapped by the giant door, unable to escape in time. Ah! Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another, and the mournful wails were endless. Looking over, 3 Dragon Realm guards were squashed beneath the giant door. The one in the middle was squashed into meat paste, dying on the spot. The 2 guards on the left and right had half of their bodies crushed, crying out in pain. The bloody and cruel scene caused the female servants in the manor to scream in fear, fleeing in fear. The group of guards dared not say anything, staying far away from Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang looked forward, not paying any attention to the 3 of them. A bunch of useless things. What kind of master has what kind of servant? Xiao Guang said with disdain, taking big steps into the manor. Wait, Zi Yunxiang had just calmed down, her chest rising and falling. It was unknown whether she was angry or shocked. Palace Master Xiao Guang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Barging into the Inu manor and killing the innocent. Palace Master Yin, you will not be happy. Not only would he be unhappy, Su Yu would be completely furious. Joke? Do I, Xiao Guang, need to care about his mood when I do things? Palace Master Xiao Guang stepped into the manor, his cold eyes looking around. He grabbed with his hand, sending 5 bolts of spirit energy flying in all directions. Rumble! Crash! At once. Dust flew into the sky, the houses collapsing. Half of the houses in the Inu manor had been turned into ruins by his attack. The remaining half were the houses of the servants. Is he really not here? Palace Master Xiao Guang raised his brows. Zi Yunxiang looked at the ruins of the Inu manor, unable to contain her anger. Palace Master Xiao Guang, you did this on purpose. Palace Master Inu has no feud with you. Why are you bullying him? Palace Master Xiao Guang turned his head, glaring fiercely. Do I need a lowly servant to question me when I do things? Since he is not here, when he returns, immediately inform him to see me within 3 days. If not, he will bear the consequences. Xiao Guang flicked his sleeves, turning to leave. As he passed by Zi Yunxiang, he grabbed her neck. As for you, follow me back to the Xiao Guang area. Before Yin Yu takes you away, I will teach you a lesson. He was using Zi Yunxiang as a hostage. Such arrogance, such arrogance. The normal guards did not dare to retaliate. Palace Master Xiao Guang, don't you think your actions are unbefitting of your status? At this moment, an old voice could be heard. It was Fan Haixing cupping his fists. Palace Master Xiao Guang's gaze swept past him, as if he was looking at air. With a wave of his hand, a wild force sent Fan Haixing flying 100 meters away, smashing a wall. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Fan Haixing's mouth. He lay in the ruins, unable to move. Elder Fan, Zi Yunxiang shouted, her eyes filled with hatred. You bastard! Palace Master Xiao Guang grunted. You will die sooner or later if you do not know how to appreciate favors. You might as well die by my hands. lest you waste the Empire's resources. Let's go. Palace Master Shaoguang strode out of the Inu Manor. However, right at this moment, a surging voice that sounded like the might of the heavens came from the horizon and majestically pressed down. "Ha! Palace Master Shaoguang, you killed my people, destroyed my manor, and took me hostage. Are you begging me to kill you?" Dozens of miles away, Suyu revolved his crystalline pupils, seeing everything. Chapter 347. He did not expect that someone would come knocking on his door after he returned half a month later. What made Suyu even more furious was that if it was someone like Palace Master Fong, who had a grudge against him, he could understand. But Palace Master Shaoguang had no grudge against him. They had never even met and had no ties. But Palace Master Shaoguang had come knocking on his door, killed his guards, destroyed his mansion, and captured his people to train. Even if he was dealing with a normal person, he should not have looked down on him. Furthermore, Suyu was also one of the 10 great deputy palace masters, and they would meet sooner or later. In his eyes, what was Suyu? A beast that could be killed at any time without any dignity? Palace Master Shaoguang raised his head to look at the sky, at the rapidly approaching Suyu. He pushed Zi Yunxiang away, a mocking expression on his face. "Coward! Even though you are nothing in front of me, you hid until now. As his people, you are truly pitiful." In his heart, he stubbornly believed that Suyu had returned long ago, and was hiding because he was afraid of him. Zi Yunxiang staggered and fell to the ground. Her snow-white face filled with pleasant surprise. Her grievances and indignation disappeared at this moment. Suyu had finally returned safely from the chaotic Anua city. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread for many days, was finally at ease. If he was a coward, there would be no brave people in the world. You do not understand him. Zi Yunxiang shook her head, revealing a gentle smile. Her beautiful eyes stared at the approaching figure in the sky, not looking away in the slightest. Brave? Him? Hee. If we were to compare the size of his voice, his bravado, and his murderous intent, your Palace Master Inu is the bravest. Palace Master Shaoguang crossed his arms and laughed coldly. He looked down on Suyu from the bottom of his heart. Zi Yunxiang's gentle smile remained. "So, you do not understand him." Palace Master Shaoguang snorted disdainfully, silently waiting for Suyu to land. Not long after, Suyu arrived in the sky above the Inu Manor. Looking down, the collapsed ruins and the guards who had died tragically were all clear and striking to the eye. Hall Master Shaoguang raised his head coldly and arrogantly. "All right, since you've managed to muster that bit of courage to stand in front of me with great difficulty, this Hall Master can't be bothered to break your last layer of self-respect. Pack your things and follow me." After saying this, he did not bother to look at Suyu, turning to walk out of the manor. "Chila!" All of a sudden, a piercingly cold gust of wind shot toward Suyu. Hall Master Shaoguang was slightly taken aback. "What are you doing?" It was Suyu who had descended from the sky without hesitation and struck out with his palm. "Are you deaf?" "I've already said it. Since you're seeking death, I'll naturally fulfill your wish." Suyu's whole body was enveloped by a layer of fluorescent light. The light flickered, dazzling the world, and he struck a palm toward Palace Master Shaoguang. Palace Master Shaoguang laughed in surprise. "Have you gone mad from the stimulation? Everything has to be done according to one's capabilities. Someone like you, who's just there to make up the numbers, should have the awareness of making up the numbers. Rashly attacking an existence like me, you're either crazy or stupid." Palace Master Shaoguang casually extended his palm, easily dealing with the attack. "Forget it. To a person like you, who has never seen the power of an immortal level 3, you will not be able to understand what it means to attack me. This time I'll teach you a lesson. Remember to grow some brains next time." Crackle, The two quickly exchanged blows. However, at the moment when they exchanged blows, Palace Master Xiaoguang's relaxed expression froze abruptly. He was shocked. Immortal level 3 lower tier cultivation base? You actually had a breakthrough. With the exchange imminent, Palace Master Xiaoguang did not have the time to raise his spirit energy. Caught off guard, he took the attack head-on. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his palm. Palace Master Xiaoguang himself took 3 steps back. The blood in his body surged, his throat tasting blood. In his carelessness, he had suffered quite a bit. Su Yu landed lightly on the ground. Under the hazy glow, his expression could not be seen clearly. However, his disdainful voice could be heard. Immortal level 3 is very impressive? You treat Immortal level 3 as an impressive realm. You are arrogant. Only second-rate fighters who are weaker than you, but stronger than you, would be like that. Hearing this, Palace Master Xiaoguang sneered. Relying on the element of surprise and taking advantage of others, you become arrogant? Has no one ever taught you how to imitate others? I can be arrogant because I have the ability to look down on others. You are arrogant because you are a clown. Palace Master Xiaoguang's eyes were filled with disdain. Su Yu calmly shook his head. Those who are weaker than you are clowns. If you are arrogant, you are looking down on others. Based on what you said, in front of stronger fighters, you are also a clown. It is most appropriate to say that you are a second-rate fighter who is weaker than you, but stronger than you. Palace Master Xiaoguang's expression was a little stiff. I do not care what others think of me, nor do I want to know. The only thing I can tell you is that the current you is a clown in front of me. We are both Immortal level 3, but you will not understand the difference between lower tier and upper tier. Relying on the element of surprise and taking advantage of others is your limit. I will now teach you how big the difference between lower tier and upper tier is. Palace Master Xiaoguang let out a low grunt, attacking fiercely. 6 illusions. Palace Master Xiaoguang's spirit energy surged, forming 6 illusory figures around him. Looking at it, they looked like 6 human figures, difficult to distinguish between real and fake. As he attacked with his palms, the power of his palms overlapped, unable to differentiate between real and fake. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, oppressive. Su Yu did not say a word, dealing with it with all his might. He did not use any techniques, relying solely on his battle experience and spirit energy to deal with the attack. Even though the abilities he displayed were far from Immortal level 3 upper tier, with his rich battle experience, he was able to take on the fierce attacks. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. After 19 moves, Palace Master Xiaoguang's attacks became fiercer as time passed. On the other hand, Su Yu was gradually unable to hold on. In the end, he could only barely deal with the attacks. Palace Master Xiaoguang let out a low grunt. This is the end. Rumble. Palace Master Xiaoguang's spirit energy suddenly increased, his abilities rising to their peak. Under the fierce attacks, Su Yu could no longer defend himself, being struck in the chest by a palm. Thump! Su Yu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the ruins. Palace Master Inu. The Inu Manor was filled with cries of shock. Their Palace Master had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated so cleanly. The image of the invincible Palace Master in the hearts of countless people had collapsed. Since Palace Master Inu had taken office, when had he ever been defeated? From Palace Master Fengqing to Palace Master Shui Yao to the Black Water Pirates, when had Palace Master Inu not surprised everyone, killing strong enemies with an invincible stance? Now that he had been defeated, they could not accept it. Palace Master Xiaoguang slowly retracted his spirit energy, calming his churning blood. He was extremely shocked. Even though Su Yu's cultivation level was far weaker than his battle experience was abnormally rich. Without any techniques, Suyu had withstood 20 moves. Only when Palace Master Xiaoguang used his full strength did Suyu not expand beyond 20 moves. Under the circumstances where there was a difference in cultivation level, such a result would definitely be mocked. Thinking to this point, Palace Master Xiaoguang's expression turned gloomy. Very well. You should be proud of yourself for withstanding 20 moves with your experience. But that is all. Do you see this? This is the difference between lower tier and upper tier. In front of me, you only have the right to look up to me. Palace Master Xiaoguang stared at Suyu coldly. If you understand what kind of trash you are, then shut your mouth and follow me. Don't jump up and down like a clown. Turning his head slightly, Palace Master Xiaoguang turned his body once again, heading out of the Inu Manor. Chapter 348. Because under the tree in front of them, there was a youth in a white robe standing leisurely in the wind. Beneath the mask was a handsome face that did not belong to the mortal world. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, like a celestial being. The people of the Inu Manor were attracted by Palace Master Xiaoguang's strange expression. Following his gaze, they could not help but be shocked. That face, that figure, who else could it be but Palace Master Inu? Palace Master Inu. It's our Palace Master Inu. My God, what's going on? Why is he not injured? What? Palace Master Inu? Palace Master Xiaoguang was at a loss. If he was Palace Master Inu, then who was the glowing person who fought him? Humph! What is the Inu Manor doing? Could it be that the real Palace Master Inu is still hiding somewhere, like a cowardly tortoise? Beneath the tree, Suyu had a calm expression. Palace Master Xiaoguang, how did it feel to fight my clone? Clone? The people of the Inu Manor were shocked. That fluorescent figure, just now, was actually Palace Master Inu's clone. Among the 10 great deputy palace masters, there was only one deputy palace master with a clone. That was Palace Master Jilan. Palace Master Inu had such a secret technique. Palace Master Xiaoguang was equally shocked. What shocked him the most was that the person whom he had fought so hard just now, and it took him 20 moves to defeat, was just Su Yu's clone. Normally speaking, the clone's abilities were far weaker than the main body. If the clone had such terrifying abilities, how powerful would the main body be? Whoosh! The clone Su Yu's body glowed, turning into spirit energy and returning to Su Yu's body. Su Yu looked at Palace Master Xiaoguang indifferently. I have already seen the difference between lower tier and upper tier. Now, please let me see how big the difference in abilities between Immortal Level 3 upper tier is. Palace Master Xiaoguang clenched his teeth, his gaze cold. Palace Master Inu, I came to find you to discuss something. What is the meaning of your unreasonable actions? Hearing this, Suyu calmly looked at the destroyed manor, the guards who were severely injured, and the shocked Ziyunxiang, calmly saying, This is your discussion? In this world, who would want to discuss matters with someone and act as if they were mortal enemies? Who would destroy the other party's mansion, kill the other party's people, and take the other party hostage? He was merely afraid of Su Yu's abilities, which was why he had changed his attitude at the last moment. Unfortunately, he was too domineering in the past. His current change was extremely ironic. Awkwardness flashed across Palace Master Xiaoguang's face. It was your subordinates who were disrespectful to me first, causing me to be unnecessarily angry and causing some damage to your residence, as well as the deaths of a few guards. Hearing this, the people of the Inu Manor could not help but be furious. It was clearly Hall Master Xiaoguang who had barged in without listening to the other party's advice. He did not care about their lives, killed them as he wished, and casually destroyed half of the Inu Manor, from the beginning to the end, who had ever disrespected him. With his status as the 3rd palace master, no one dared to be rude to him. But now, they were accusing him of offending and angering him. Ziyinxiang said, Hall Master, it was Hall Master Shaoguang who barged in. We had no ill intentions towards him. Hall Master, please investigate this clearly. Shut up. Do you have the right to interrupt when I am speaking? Palace Master Shaoguang let out a cold grunt. I am a Vice Palace Master. Would I accuse you wrongly? Between a subordinate and a Vice Palace Master, who should he trust more? The answer was naturally the latter, but it was a pity that the person standing in front of him was Su Yu. Oh, is that so? Su Yu calmly said, taking a step forward from under the tree. Palace Master Shaoguang said cautiously, Why, you don't believe me? You would rather believe a subordinate than me, who is also one of the 10 great Vice Palace Masters. Su Yu shook his head. I believe you. Naturally, I am willing to believe you. Perhaps it was really my subordinate who angered you with his words, causing this misunderstanding. Hearing this, Palace Master Shaoguang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The hearts of the people of the Inu Manor turned cold. How could this be? Didn't Palace Master Yu always shield his own people? Could it be that Palace Master Shaoguang in front of him was someone he did not want to offend? But before Palace Master Shaoguang could relax, Su Yu's tone turned cold. But even if my subordinate offended you, so what? Not only did he offend you with his words, even if he injured you, you had to endure it. Injuring them, destroying my manor, taking hostages. Humph, no one can save you. How could he believe Palace Master Shaoguang? He knew Ziyinxiang's character better than anyone else. She would not be arrogant and despotic. As for the rest of the people who would have the guts to go against the 3rd Deputy Palace Master. Now, the villain was the first to complain, accusing his subordinate of offending him first. The 180-degree turn of events caused Palace Master Shaoguang's expression to turn serious, extremely ugly. Inu, you really want to be my enemy? Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Be your enemy? Do you think you have the right to be my enemy? Su Yu had personally killed a few Immortal Realm level 3 upper tiers, much less seen them. It was laughable that Palace Master Shaoguang thought that Su Yu had never seen the power of an Immortal Realm level 3. Inu, don't be arrogant. Once I get serious, it will be too late for you to regret it. Palace Master Shaoguang was furious. Even though he feared Su Yu, he did not think that he was much weaker than Su Yu. Palace Master Shaoguang's dignity had been humiliated by such blatant disdain. How could he agree to it? Arrogant? In terms of arrogance, I have not reached the stage of destroying someone's manor, killing their guards, and taking hostages. Su Yu walked over quickly, looking slow but actually fast. Get serious. I want to see how you will make me regret it. Su Yu mocked disdainfully. The veins on Palace Master Shaoguang's forehead throbbed, his expression completely dark. Inu, you forced me to do this. 6 illusions. He once again displayed his signature move, but it was an all-out attack. He no longer dared to underestimate Su Yu in the slightest. Layers of illusions closed in on Su Yu. The piercingly cold wind contained an unparalleled power, sweeping over with the power of heaven and earth. The group of guards retreated in a hurry, avoiding being embroiled in this inhuman battle. Su Yu's expression was calm, his hands still behind his back. Make your move. I want to see just how powerful your cultivation technique is. Su Yu extended his hand, but only gathered spirit energy. He shook his head. Do I need to use a cultivation technique to deal with you? You think too highly of yourself. Rumble. Su Yu's ordinary palm caused Palace Master Shaoguang to retreat 10 steps. One used a cultivation technique. The other merely used spirit energy. With the same cultivation level, the effects were shocking. Palace Master Shaoguang secretly gasped. Su Yu's cultivation level was at level 3 upper tier. Furthermore, it was very close to peak. His scalp turned numb, his heart uneasy. Palace Master Xiaoguang's eyes flashed with humiliation. He forcefully endured the humiliation, using the opportunity of being forced back to retreat. He fixed his gaze on Su Yu, cupping his fists as he retreated. Palace Master Yinyu's reputation is well-deserved. I admit defeat. This battle shall end here. I shall take my leave. Chapter 349. Sparring? What a joke. If Su Yu's abilities were below his, if Su Yu was as useless as he thought, if Su Yu could not even withstand a single blow, would Palace Master Xiaoguang treat this as a sparring match? He must have realized that Su Yu was stronger than he had expected, and chose to escape, knowing that he was no match for Su Yu. Hearing this, Palace Master Xiaoguang finally realized that Su Yu's murderous intent was not just shouting. Thinking back to those words, he finally understood the coldness in those words. That was the coldness of death. Wait, I merely had good intentions, looking for you to discuss the Phoenix. Meet 3 days from now. During that time, I had a misunderstanding with your people and accidentally destroyed your mansion and injured a few people. Is there a need to fight to the death? Even at this moment, he was not remorseful, attempting to quibble. Su Yu's robe flickered, his figure turning into a blur, disappearing on the spot. When he reappeared, he was a purple light that illuminated the heavens, making his cold face look like the king of heaven. A bolt of lightning flashed, destroying everything in its path, including Palace Master Xiaoguang. Drawing a beautiful arc in the air, his body was sent 10 meters into the ground by Su Yu. A burnt smell filled the Inu manor, amidst the crackling of the remaining lightning. That was the smell of burnt flesh. Looking down at the bottom of the cavern, there was a charred, mangled corpse lying at the bottom of the cavern. There was only a single breath left in its mouth. The people of the Inu manor gasped. They were both immortal realm level 3 peak, but Palace Master Xiaoguang could not even withstand a single blow from Palace Master Inu. Su Yu walked to the edge of the deep pit, calmly saying, "Since you destroyed my mansion and killed my people because of a misunderstanding, then killing you is also a misunderstanding." Buzz, buzz. A strand of lightning condensed once more on the tip of his finger, and it illuminated his face to be peerlessly cold. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this? What is your motive? After you tell me, I will give you a quick death." Su Yu's expression was calm. Unless Palace Master Xiaoguang was a lunatic, it was hard to imagine a normal person destroying someone else's mansion, killing his people, and kidnapping his woman. Even though Palace Master Xiaoguang was a little arrogant, he was a little too crazy to destroy someone else's residence so easily. If he really was such a person, why were the other deputy palace masters, whose abilities were far inferior to his, safe and sound, while Su Yu was treated this way? It was obvious that Palace Master Xiaoguang had done this intentionally. Moreover, Su Yu had never met him before, so he didn't have any grudges with him. Hence, it must have been someone who had grudges with Su Yu who had instructed him to sabotage Su Yu. As for the purpose of doing so, there was no way to know. Hall Master Xiaoguang, who was covered in blood and flesh, felt intense pain all over his body. His consciousness gradually became blurry. In such a state, it was painful and torturous, a life worse than death. "It's the first Deputy Hall Master. It's him." Hall Master Xiaoguang made a rational decision. The first Deputy Palace Master was also the first Deputy Palace Master, Palace Master Shinkong. The Shinkong area was next to the Inu area. Between the two, there was a black water pirate that traversed 2 regions. Apart from that, they did not have any interactions and had never met before. Su Yu pondered whether he had done anything inappropriate after coming to the Inu area and accidentally offended Palace Master Shinkong. However, after thinking about it, he definitely shook his head. He had never offended Palace Master Shinkong. Why would the other party instruct Palace Master Xiaoguang? What is his motive? Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Palace Master Shaoguang said with difficulty, "His motive is to take you down a notch." Su Yu laughed, his smile a little cold. "Why did he not come personally? Why did he send someone like you?" "Because you are not worth his effort. Sending me is more than enough." Su Yu understood. Someone he had never met wanted to take him down a notch, but felt that it was beneath him to do so personally. Hence, he sent someone with low abilities. Was that the only reason? Just to take him down a notch? Hence, 1 dead, 2 injured, and half of his mansion destroyed? What a great notch! Su Yu looked at the deep sky, letting out a sigh. Why is it that there are always people who do not know their place, coming to me to die? First it was Feng Qing, then Shui Yao, then Zhang Jian, and now the so-called first deputy palace master. Looks like I did not kill enough, not ruthless enough, not fast enough. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold glow. Since that is the case, I will turn the world upside down. I will kill for everyone to see. He was lucky that he had managed to rush back in time to save Zi Yunxiang and seek justice for the injured guards. Next time, he might not be so lucky. He did not want the same thing to happen a second time. There was a need to use ruthless methods to warn everyone. All right, you can rest in peace. Creak! Su Yu flicked his finger, sending the last bit of spirit energy into the deep pit. Palace Master Shaoguang died. At this point, the second deputy palace master had been eliminated. Treat the families of the sacrifice guards well, and compensate the injured guards with a large sum of money. Do not let them bleed or cry. Su Yu stepped forward, inspecting the 3 guards. 2 of them were half crippled, with no hope of recovery, unless they could find the flesh regeneration elixir. But Su Yu had already used the last 2 of such elixirs. There were no more of such elixirs in this world. They were heavily injured because of Su Yu, and he had to take responsibility. The guards quickly carried the 3 of them away, beginning to repair the Inu manor. Elder Fan, you should go and rest as well. Thank you for stopping him just now. Su Yu helped Fan Haisheng up from within the ruins. What shocked Su Yu was that even with Palace Master Shaoguang's abilities, Fan Haisheng, who was only at the Dragon Realm, had only suffered light injuries. Could that attack not be as strong as it looked? Palace Master, do not worry. You should go and see Miss Z. You were not here for half a month, and she has not eaten or drunk, worrying day and night. Fan Haisheng waved his hands, letting out a gratified smile as he left with his hands behind his back. Looking at his back, Su Yu suddenly had the same feeling as when he first met him. The first time he met him, Su Yu had the same feeling as when he met Yun Yazi, deep and unfathomable. But upon closer inspection, he had an ordinary aura. This Fan Haisheng, deep within Su Yu's pupils, a shred of thought. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he quickly squatted down to inspect Zi Yunxiang. I am fine. Luckily you came back in time. Zi Yunxiang's face was flushed, her bashfulness evident. Su Yu nodded, as long as you are fine. Thank you for your hard work during my absence. This is what I should do. Zi Yunxiang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Suddenly, Zi Yunxiang seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly saying, That's right. There's a piece of great news. There is news of Miss Xia Jingyu and my father. Su Yu was shocked. When he first came to the Inu area, he had arranged for people to secretly investigate. After a few months, there was finally news of them. This was undoubtedly the best news he had heard in recent times. Where are they? Tell me quickly, Su Yu said anxiously. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with joy. Miss Xia Jingyu is most likely at the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness. According to the news, Miss Xia was recommended to enter the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness to participate in the selection of the 7th Lord of Darkness due to her talents. There is a high chance that she is still at the Empire of Darkness. Headquarters? Su Yu was shocked. Chapter 350. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that occupied the Jinlong continent, overlooking all living things. In comparison, the 4 branch palaces were merely the empire's tentacles. Xia Jingyu had entered Dynasty's headquarters. However, thinking back to her inhuman level of comprehension, it was no surprise that she was chosen. From the looks of it, even if she wasn't chosen to become a saint, she should still be placed in an important position in the headquarters. If he had the chance to go to the headquarters, he would definitely look for it. Then what about your father? Su Yu asked. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Father appeared in Phoenix Cry region half a month ago. I heard that Senior Lin Yunhe is with him. Phoenix Cry region? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. The Phoenix meet was just around the corner, and Zi Donglai had appeared there. Moreover, Lin Yunhe was with him. This meant that Zi Donglai had returned to the Alliance City and met up with Lin Yunhe after Su Yu had used the space distortion to teleport him away. Since that was the case, he should know that Su Yu had become Palace Master Inu. He should also know that his daughter, Zi Yunxiang, was also in the Inu area. Why hadn't he come to meet Zi Yunxiang? In fact, why hadn't he sent a message to her? Could it be that he had a reason to be helpless? What were they planning to do in Phoenix Cry region? After thinking for some time, Su Yu smiled. Yunxiang, follow me to the Phoenix area in 3 days' time. After I have settled my matters, I will help you look for Housemaster Zi. Zi Yunxiang shed tears of gratitude, her eyes filled with excitement. The father and daughter could finally meet again after being separated for several months. Thank you, Inu. I will definitely repay the favor I owe you. Zi Yunxiang's beautiful face was filled with sincere gratitude. The kindness that Su Yu had shown her was too much. He had saved her life, taken care of her, and searched for her father. Zi Yunxiang had no way to repay him. I only asked for peace of mind. You don't need to worry about me. All right, go and rest. We will set off in 3 days. Su Yu patted her shoulder and smiled comfortingly. Zi Yunxiang smiled peacefully. You too. When he finished speaking, he watched Su Yu leave. As she gazed at the skinny figure, Zi Yunxiang's bright eyes dimmed. A self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I met the right person at the wrong time. This is my fate. She had indescribable feelings for Su Yu. However, she also understood that Su Yu had a fiancé and someone he loved. He had always treated her as a friend. It was even more impossible for her to tolerate sharing a man with another woman. This was a woman's basic pride, and it had nothing to do with strength. Therefore, she could only suppress this feeling and treat it as a regret in her life that was never fulfilled. 3 days later, other than training hard, Su Yu also seized the time to refine the mountain river dragon bow. He naturally had to cherish the drop of 10,000 soldier liquid that Tu Long had given him. During the half a month of travel, Shao Qin had already started to refine the 10,000 soldier liquid. By now, he had already used more than half of the 10,000 soldier liquid, which had 70% effects. Now, only the last wisp of 10,000 soldier liquid was left. As time passed, the 10,000 soldier liquid seeped into the silver bow, expelling the blood essence of the original owner from the silver bow. At the same time, Su Yu's blood essence fused into the silver bow. The process was arduous and slow. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, roar! A draconic roar came from the mouth of the flying dragon carved on the silver bow. His voice was long and drawn out, and it contained an indescribable grand Tao of the heavens and the earth. The rhythm was similar to the Buddhist saint's 8 characters. Su Yu had successfully refined 1/10 of the 10,000 soldier liquid. Previously, a drop of diluted 10,000 soldier liquid had refined a small portion of the 10,000 soldier liquid. Now, with Tu Long's blood essence, he had successfully refined 1/10 of the 10,000 soldier liquid. The bowstring that could only be pulled back an inch in the past could now be pulled back 3 inches. An arrow of spirit energy, the length of a finger, was ready to be shot. Even though it was still transparent and had not materialized, it had already taken shape. It was far more powerful than the arrow that was the size of a thumb. Its power had increased by 3 times. Refining the 10,000 soldier liquid before the phoenix meat was the best thing he could do. Su Yu did not want to have an extra bit of ability to increase his chances of winning in a meet where many strong martial artists gathered. Yu, are you awake? It was Zi Yunxiang, impatiently waiting outside the door. Su Yu opened the door. Yes, let's go. But just as the two of them were about to set off, a sharp cry could be heard from deep in the sky. The cry reverberated throughout the universe, extremely ear-piercing. The spirit energy of all the martial artists in the city shook at the same time, their blood boiling. Some martial artists with low cultivation bases even fainted on the spot from the shock of the cry. Many martial artists were bleeding from their orifices. Their faces were filled with shock as they suppressed the strange movements within their bodies with difficulty. Only immortal realm martial artists could barely withstand it. The impact of the sound wave quickly reached the Inu manor. Su Yu's expression turned cold. He charged out of the stone door, waving his sleeves to protect Zi Yunxiang. Creak! The powerful sound wave caused Su Yu's sleeves to flutter, lifting the ruins of the manor 100 feet into the air. In no time, the sky was filled with broken rocks, dust covering the sun. Whoosh! Within the sky full of dust, a giant black shadow appeared in the sky above the Inu manor. It circled in the sky, letting out a sharp cry continuously. The people in the manor felt as if their heads were about to split open. The blood in the air rumbled continuously, causing them quite a bit of damage. Scram! Su Yu spat out a word. The aura of the Buddhist saint's 8 characters formed a vast sound wave that soared into the sky, blowing away all the dust in the air. The sound wave that kept coming was also cancelled out. The crowd felt a little better, frantically looking for cover to recuperate. Looking up, after the dust dissipated, the culprit appeared in front of the crowd. It was a huge blue eagle that was 100 feet in size. Its light blue feathers glistened in the sky. Its sharp and cold eyes looked down on the crowd in disdain. The aura of an immortal realm level 3 lower tier caused most of the human martial artists to shudder. Blue Illusion Eagle. It's the 2nd Deputy Palace Master's Blue Illusion Eagle. My God, is that the legendary Blue Illusion Eagle? It is rumored that it is a Blue Illusion Eagle with a weak immortal bloodline. It can travel 1,000,000 miles in a day, and its speed far exceeds that of an immortal realm level 3. It is even faster than an immortal realm level 4. Since it has appeared, does that mean that the 2nd Deputy Palace Master, Luli, has also appeared? The 2nd Deputy Palace Master, Palace Master Luli, a Deputy Palace Master whose abilities were second only to Shin Kong. It was rumored that, apart from Shin Kong, he had not fought with any other Deputy Palace Master for many years. The reason was that he could not be bothered to fight with them. Even Xiao Guang, who was ranked 3rd, was a world apart in terms of abilities. They were on 2 completely different levels. Xiao Guang could not even withstand a look from Lu Li, much less a direct fight. From the start, Lu Li only had one opponent. That was Shen Kong. He had said these words on many occasions. In the North Continent's sub-palace, the only person who could fight with him was Shin Kong. It was rumored that he had fought with Shen Kong many times, and there was a high possibility that he could replace Shin Kong and become the new chief deputy palace master. Su Yu's gaze turned serious, but he ignored the Blue Illusion Eagle. His gaze landed on the tall figure on the back of the Blue Illusion Eagle. What the? He then realized that the 3rd chapter from the previous day had been repeated. It had just been edited, and the correct chapter had been changed. The readers who had already subscribed did not need to subscribe again. They did not need to spend any money and could click on 348. They could view the edited chapter again. The cell phone version might be a little slower as it had not been synced. They could only read it after a while. The computer version had already edited it, displaying the edited chapter. They could read it directly. Chapter 351. It was a young man in his mid-20s, but his abilities were at Immortal Realm Level 4. Su Yu had personally witnessed the power of an Immortal Realm Level 4. During the Beast Tide in the Forest of Darkness, the demonic Beast King Icebird could move heaven and earth with a casual spit, destroying everything within 100 miles. That terror was still fresh in Su Yu's mind. It could be said that the realm above Immortal Realm Level 4 was another world for fighters, that was very close to the realm of gods. His every move was filled with great power, far beyond what Immortal Realm Level 3 could compare to. Was that the second Deputy Palace Master Lu Li? It's really Palace Leader Lu Li. The group of guards exclaimed and inhaled cold breaths. Their eyes were filled with respect. It was clearly Lu Li's mount that injured them, but they did not dare have any complaints. No, they could not bear any hatred. When Feng Qing, Shui Yao, and Xiao Guang had come knocking on their door, they had not dared to say anything. But now, they did not even dare to be angry. Xiao Guang is here? Lu Li placed his hands on the two swords at his waist, looking heroic and elegant. His handsome facial features reflected a jade-like luster under the sunlight. However, his expression was very calm. There was no joy or sorrow, and no joy could be seen. But Su Yu could feel that within that calmness there was a cold arrogance. There was dead silence below, no one replying. I am asking you a question, Inu. Lu Li looked down at Su Yu, calmly saying. Su Yu calmly said, Oh, so you are talking to me? He did not even look him in the eye when talking to him. Yes, I am talking to you, answer me. Lu Li said, simply, but it sounded like an order. Why must I answer you? Su Yu laughed as he shook his head. Lu Li's gaze was still calm, without a ripple. My time is limited, and I do not wish to be wasted by you. I will ask you one last time, is he dead or alive? He probably felt that conversing with Su Yu was a waste of time. Since you do not wish to be wasted by me, why are you asking me? Do you think I have to answer you? Su Yu laughed. Lu Li shook his head, no longer looking at Su Yu. You have missed a chance for me to give you pointers. Which of the other deputy palace masters didn't treat him with utmost respect? However, Lu Li never showed any emotion to others. She always had a cold and arrogant face. It was extremely difficult to meet him, let alone talk to him. What's more, to be able to spar with him and receive his guidance. Even Xiao Guang, who was ranked 3rd, was probably eager to fight with him and receive pointers. Hearing this, Su Yu was extremely amused. Perhaps others were currying favor with him, hoping to get his guidance after befriending him. However, it was too egotistical to think that everyone would have something to ask of him and look up to him. Leave it for someone else. I don't need it. Su Yu shook his head. Lu Li glanced at him indifferently. Only a frog in a well would have such thoughts. You will never be able to see the true martial path. With that, Liu Li steered the Blue Eagle and flew into the sky. Let's go. Xiao Guang is dead. He died in a battle between weaklings. He's not worthy of sympathy. In his eyes, the fight between Su Yu and Xiao Guang was a meaningless fight between the weak. This person's arrogance was truly astounding. Finally, Lu Li turned to look at Su Yu. Let's go. We'll meet at the Phoenix Cabinet. Don't cause trouble for me. I don't have time to bother with your trivial matters. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Lu Li had actually thought that Su Yu would seek his help after getting into trouble at the Phoenix Cabinet. Let's go, Lu Li said to the Blue Eagle, preparing to leave. Wait, Su Yu coldly scolded. Your matter is over, but mine has yet to begin. Lu Li did not even turn his head. Speak. You only have 3 breaths' time. Su Yu surveyed the surroundings, coldly saying, Don't you want to say something to my injured citizens? Controlling the Blue Eagle to descend upon Inu City, causing many people to be injured. No matter what, This was Lu Li's fault for not considering the situation. Is there anything else? Lu Li calmly said. Su Yu coldly said, Speak. How do you want to settle this? But Lu Li controlled the blue eagle and flew up, calmly replying, If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. As for the matter you spoke of, it is merely my mount's remaining wild nature. It has already restrained itself by only injuring and not killing. You should be thankful that it did not kill your people. All right, we'll meet at the Phoenix Cabinet. Remember, don't cause trouble for me. After saying this, the blue eagle turned into a blue afterimage, piercing through the heavens and disappearing. Its speed was far above that of an immortal realm level 4. It was frightening. Su Yu activated his crystalline pupils, but he could only catch a fleeting afterimage within a 50-mile radius. It could be seen that the speed of the blue eagle was so fast that Su Yu could not catch up to it. Lu Li. Su Yu was furious. According to Lu Li, his mount was already being merciful by not killing anyone. Su, you should be thankful that it had only injured a few people. Zi Yunxiang was furious. How arrogant. Why didn't he say that we should be thankful that his mount did not kill us? Su Yu looked in the direction of the blue eagle, calmly saying, Let's return the favor at the Phoenix meet. This kind of person can only be taught a lesson with a fist. Any reasoning is unnecessary. There's no time to lose. Let's set off as well. Su Yu grabbed Zi Yunxiang, taking to the skies. Half a month later, they had finally arrived at the Phoenix area after traveling thousands of miles. This area was located in the middle of the North Continent. It was like spring all year round, the climate was humid, and there were many mountain ranges. The mountains were often covered in mist, as if it was a paradise on Earth. The resources were abundant, and there were many birds, beasts, fish, and bugs. The Phoenix area occupies the North Continent's natural fortune. It is not something that the 100 Territories Alliance can compare to, Zi Yunxiang exclaimed. Su Yu nodded. Indeed, but the water vapor is too dense. In the forest, it can easily form miasma, especially since there are many poisonous creatures living in the forest. The poisonous substances they emit will enter the air along with the water vapor, forming an even more harmful miasma. As he said this, Su Yu pointed to the forest beneath them. A finger-sized black worm was wriggling on a tree. Heavenly poison worm. Zi Yunxiang was shocked. This worm is a deadly poisonous worm that can kill even an immortal level 1 martial artist. In the 100 Territories Alliance, its value is sky-high. It is comparable to a remnant of a complete legacy-level technique. Unexpectedly, Su Yu shook his head. It's not just one. Look again. Zi Yunxiang looked over, only to discover that the black soil under the tree was actually slightly wriggling. Upon closer inspection, she could see that it was not black soil. Instead, it was a horde of heavenly poison worms. They covered an area of 100 square meters, and there were tens of thousands of them. Hiss! If so many heavenly poison worms appeared in the 100 Territories Alliance, it would be a disaster. Apart from the Alliance city, no other force could defend against them. But such a frightening swarm of poisonous worms had appeared casually in the Phoenix area. Su Yu creased his brows. Even though the Phoenix area was special, it was not normal for so many poisonous creatures to gather here. A crystalline glow flashed deep within his pupils. Su Yu secretly observed a 50-mile radius. After looking, his expression turned serious. What the? Only then did he realize that the 3rd chapter from yesterday had been repeated. It had just been edited and replaced with the correct chapter. Readers who had already subscribed did not need to subscribe again. They did not need to spend any money and could directly click 348. They could view the edited chapter again. The cell phone version might be slower as it had not been synced. They could only view it after a while. The computer version had already been edited, displaying the edited chapter. They could view it directly. Chapter 352. Within 50 miles, there were all sorts of poisonous creatures. There were poisonous creatures of all sizes at every step. Even Suyu felt his hair stand on end when he saw the most powerful poisonous creatures, not daring to provoke them. "Be careful, we might have accidentally entered a special zone," Suyu said seriously. The surroundings were not normal, and he had to be careful. As he spoke, a purplish-black mist suddenly rose from the forest in the horizon. "It's miasma. Furthermore, from the color, it might be poisonous." "Let's avoid it," Suyu said cautiously. The two of them carefully circled the edge of the miasma, preparing to avoid it. But clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing reverberated within the miasma, accompanied by a woman's cry for help. Suyu raised his brows, his crystalline pupils unable to see what was happening within. Zi Yunxiang was troubled. Should we save her? Logically, they should leave as soon as possible. Emotionally, they should save her if she was in trouble. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "Wait outside the miasma, I'll go in." If it was within his abilities to save a life, why not? Crackle! Suyu's body was surrounded by purple arcs of lightning, enveloping him within. The nearby poisonous fog was turned into black ash when it came into contact with the powerful lightning, falling to the ground. Whoosh! Suyu entered the miasma and was able to see what was happening within. It was a young, enchanting woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with the abilities of an immortal realm level 3 lower tier. She had a charming face, wearing a snow-white fox fur robe. Her figure was enchanting, captivating. At this moment, she was sweating profusely, dealing with a 100-foot giant snake. Among the demonic beasts, the giant snake's size and abilities were not strong. However, the poisonous fog it spat out shocked Suyu. The miasma had appeared because the snake was spitting out poisonous fog. Suyu's instincts told him that if he was hit by the poisonous liquid, even his body would rot on the spot. But at this moment, the beautiful woman breathed in the miasma, her stamina weakening. A faint black color appeared on her forehead. If no one saved her, she might not last more than a few minutes. Suyu sighed inwardly. She was lucky to have met them. Suyu pulled back the mountain river dragon bow, choosing to shoot from a distance. Her cultivation level was not high, only immortal realm level 2. Therefore, he was killed on the spot by the arrow. After thrashing a few times, the giant snake stopped struggling and was completely dead. After ascertaining that the snake was completely dead and that it would not retaliate before its death, Suyu revealed himself. He went in front of the poisonous snake and removed its poison sac nimbly. The rescued, beautiful woman was stunned. Clearly, she did not expect that the venomous snake that was about to poison her to death would be killed with one arrow. Seeing that Suyu had removed the poison sac, the beautiful lady smiled gently. "Thank you, young hero, for saving me. This is an earth dragon snake, and it is still in its infancy. The poison in the poison sac has not reached its peak." She seemed relaxed, but her whole body was tense, like an arrow on a bowstring. If Suyu had the slightest intention to kill her and take her treasures, she would immediately turn around and escape. Earth dragon snake? Suyu did not know. Suyu also noticed the woman's little tricks, but he didn't care. Under such circumstances, even Suyu had to be on guard against the person who killed the poisonous snake, in order to avoid encountering people who were greedy for money. Suyu nodded expressionlessly. He didn't even look at her, as he turned around and flew back. He then said apathetically, "Miss, you should leave as soon as possible. The poison in your body needs to be cleansed as soon as possible." After saying this, Suyu flew away. The woman heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Suyu did not have any ill intentions. Her tense nerves relaxed, and the poisonous fog that she had suppressed exploded in an instant. With a cry of pain, the woman fell to the ground, clutching her chest and struggling in pain. Suyu turned around, sighing helplessly. He flew back, grabbed her, and left the miasma. After meeting up with Zi Yunxiang, he brought the woman out of the poisonous area to a clear and clean place. He inserted a shred of spirit energy, expelling a small portion of the poison, allowing her to regain consciousness. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." The woman woke up. After sensing that she was safe, she bowed and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. That smile was like a red flower in a field. It was breathtaking and beautiful, causing one's heart to palpitate. What an enchanting woman! Her every action was full of charm. Compared to her, Zi Yunxiang's inexperience was obvious. His eyes clear, Suyu turned his body, calmly saying, "Since you are fine, we will take our leave. Yunxiang, let's go." "Young hero, please wait. I am Zhou Jing, and I live in the Phoenix Fort. My husband is from the Phoenix Fort's Yao family and alchemy family. Young hero, why don't you come to my husband's house as a guest, to repay the debt of saving your life?" "Yao family?" Zi Yunxiang's heart trembled, losing her voice. Yao family? Could it be the Yao family of the Phoenix Fort's 8 great families? Saying this, Zi Yunxiang secretly sent a message to Suyu. "Inyu, you saved a very important person. The Yao family is proficient in alchemy, and it is said that they can create an ancient elixir. Many strong martial artists yearn for it, and even Han Jianglin was rejected when he asked for it. If what she said is true, and she really is the wife of the Yao family, you might be able to get a generous reward." Suyu did not even think, shaking his head. "No need. I did not save her for the reward. Furthermore, saving someone might not be a reward." Suyu's last sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. Zi Yunxiang understood as well, sighing regretfully. How could she not understand that in this world, doing good might not be rewarded? Seeing that Suyu and his group were about to leave, Zhou Jing let out a bitter sigh. "It is my fault for not thinking things through and causing trouble for you, but I beg for you to lend me a hand. In the fight just now, my internal organs were injured. If you are going with me, please escort me back to the city. When the time comes, I will repay you generously." Suyu creased his brows, thinking for a moment, nodding his head unwillingly. "Be quiet on the way, and do not ask too many questions." As long as she did not cause trouble, he could send her back along the way. "Thank you, young hero. I will remember your instructions." Zhou Jing smiled, bowing in respect. Her actions were dignified and polite, as expected of a young master of a great family. The way she spoke was different from the norm. They did not speak along the way. After half a day, the group finally arrived at the Phoenix Fort. The Phoenix Cabinet was in the center of the fort. They sent Zhou Jing all the way to the Yao family of the Phoenix Fort. The Yao family occupied an area of the Phoenix Fort. Their buildings were grand and imposing, and they were heavily guarded, displaying the grandeur of a great family. "All right, I will send you here. There is no need to thank me goodbye." After sending her to the door, Suyu said his goodbyes. Zhou Jing hurriedly said, "Young hero, please wait." Suyu turned back, a little impatient. "Is there anything else?" She gently stroked her hair, an unintentional action, but it was extremely flirtatious. The passers-by and the guards of the Yao family were all stunned. Even for Suyu, the thought of pressing him to the ground once again appeared in his mind. The evil thought of ravaging her. Chapter 353. Young hero is a narrow-minded person. I believe that you will not be interested in my tacky treasures. From what I see, young hero seems to be new to the Phoenix Cry Castle, so you must be unfamiliar with the Phoenix Cry Castle. If young hero needs any information, my Yao family can help you investigate. I believe that with the power of my Yao family, we will definitely have an advantage over young hero. If she had really promised elixirs and techniques, Suyu would not have been interested. But information, especially information about Siener, was something he desperately wanted to know. If that is the case, then I will have to trouble you. Suyu did not hesitate. Zhou Jing smiled. Young hero, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Young hero, young lady, please follow me. Under her lead, the group entered the Yao family's hall. Along the way, Suyu sensed more than 10 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters. Apart from Han Jianglin, no other family in the 100 Territories Alliance could have such power. As expected of the Phoenix Cabinet, one of the 8 great families, to have such power. Young hero, please wait for a moment. I am going to take off my clothes, and we'll be back soon. After pouring tea for Suyu and the others, Zhou Jing stood up and apologized. Looking at her slender back, Zi Yunxiang was a little envious. What a perfect woman! Her looks, demeanor, figure, and cultivation level are all top-notch. I have long heard that the Yao family has a beautiful madam. Could she be Zhou Jing? Qingcheng? Every frown and smile of this woman had a soul-stirring charm. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was beautiful. As the two of them were talking, suddenly, an imposing youth walked out from the back of the hall. He was 27 or 28 years old, short and fat, his skin tanned, his eyes as narrow as mung beans. He looked comical, but his aura was cold, giving off a sense of danger. You are the ones who saved my wife. The short and fat man's voice was sharp like a eunuch's. Suyu creased his brows. What was going on? Doubt? But since this person was Zhou Jing's husband, Suyu suppressed his displeasure. Yes, in the miasma, my wife was being harassed by a young earth dragon snake. We passed by and saved her, Suyu said truthfully. The short and fat man squinted, looking Suyu up and down. Earth dragon snake you? Do you know that even a young earth dragon snake could kill an immortal level 3 peak martial artist? Yet you were able to kill it easily and rescue my wife from its mouth? Suyu slowly stood up. Even though he was only 16 years old, he was much taller than the other party. He looked down at him with a cold expression. You suspect that I am greedy for the Yao family's reward and purposely saved him to express my goodwill, using your kindness to gain self-respect? A sinister smile appeared on the corners of the short and fat man's mouth. You're taking advantage of my kindness? If that's all you've got, it's not a big deal for me to give you a reward. Suyu was confused. Oh, tell me, what do you mean by I'm more than that? Do I still need to say it? Of course, it was a deliberate ploy to lure my family's madam into a trap. You took the opportunity to win her trust and enter my Yao family to covet the ancient panacea. The short fatty sneered, this kind of trick has been outdated for hundreds of years. To think that someone would still use it today. How reckless! Upon hearing this, Suyu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he stood up and shook his head in amusement. I didn't expect that I would become a villain after saving someone's life. If I had known this would happen, why would I have done this? Humph! There's no need to quibble here. You and I both know the truth. The short and fat man snorted coldly. Suyu shook his head and did not speak. There was no way to communicate with this kind of person. Yunxiang, let's go. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Suyu pulled Zi Yunxiang and turned to leave. Wait, the short and fat man shouted. Suyu stood still and did not turn back. However, his words were unusually calm. Why, you want to kill us just because of a suspicion? If word of this gets out, where will your Yao family's reputation come from? The short and fat man grunted. I wouldn't go so far as to kill you. I have seen too many people like you. My Yao family has no time for you. However, you have borrowed our bow. Shouldn't you return it? Bow. Suyu's eyes narrowed. You are saying that I borrowed your Yao family's bow? The short and fat man clapped his hands. Qingcheng, come out and tell them what happened in the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Other than Zhou Jing, who had a serious expression, there were 10 strong fighters of Immortal Realm Level 3 who entered from the back of the hall. They surrounded him tightly, making it so that not even a drop of water could pass through. Suyu looked around at the crowd. his gaze finally landing on Zhou Jing's face. That dignified and charming face was now filled with a sense of unfamiliarity. "Sir, please return the bow. Do not do such a shameless thing. Qing Cheng will look down on you." Zhou Jing's tone was calm and emotionless. Su Yu was calm, his hands behind his back. He had a faint smile. "Why don't you tell us yourself what happened in the forest?" The short and fat man grunted. "You are truly shameless. Even at death's door, you are still unwilling to admit it. Qing Cheng, tell everyone here what happened in the forest." Zhou Jing's snow-white chin nodded. She spoke slowly. "Half a day ago, I was picking herbs and passed by a miasma. I heard a cry for help and went to investigate. I discovered a young man, who is this, sir, being harassed by an earth dragon snake. At the critical moment, I threw the silver bow that I carried with me to the young man as a weapon. Only then did he manage to escape. What I did not expect was that this, sir, upon seeing the bow, would attempt to take it for himself. Furthermore, he was lustful and attempted to take advantage of me." Zhou Jing was on the verge of tears. It was as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her expression was pitiful and pitiful. "I was quick-witted and lied that I would help him steal the spirit elixir from the Yao family. That was how I managed to preserve my chastity." As she spoke, Zhou Jing threw herself into the arms of the short and fat man. "Yao Ling, you have to help me." Her words were truly infuriating. The people of the Yao family were infuriated. Zi Yunxiang was even more infuriated. The people of the Yao family were infuriated by Su Yu's shamelessness. He dared to snatch the silver bow from their savior, and even attempted to use his claws on her. Zi Yunxiang, on the other hand, was indignant. Zhou Jing's acting was flawless. She had actually managed to turn the entire matter upside down. She finally understood that the moment Su Yu saved Zhou Jing, she had set her sights on Su Yu's silver bow. Hence, she had used all sorts of methods to lure them into the Yao family. Who was the truly shameless one? Slap. Yao Ling's fat palm furiously slammed the table in front of him, turning it into powder. His expression was dark and furious. You have the guts to be lustful. You took something from the Yao family and even attempted to take advantage of my wife. Don't even think of leaving the Yao family today. Men, kill them. Kill them on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Groups of strong martial artists of the Yao family unleashed their killing techniques in anger, showing no mercy. Su Yu laughed coldly with his hands behind his back. His laughter shook the roof, reaching the clouds. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. I have seen many people who kill others to steal their treasures. However, this is the first time I have seen someone who wants to kill and steal their treasures the moment their savior appears. Interesting, very interesting. Then, I think it will be even more interesting to kill all of you." He was truly sorry for what had happened yesterday. He would continue to explode tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 354. This couple had colluded with each other, trying to get their hands on the mountain river dragon bow. If not for Su Yu's timely rescue, Zhou Jing would have died in the snake's stomach. What was laughable was that in the instant she called for help, Zhou Jing had set her sights on Su Yu's silver bow, luring him to the Yao family, intending to kill him and steal his treasure. How dark must her heart be to have such thoughts in an instant. This woman had an alluring beauty, but her heart was as vicious as a viper's and a scorpion's. Yao Ling said coldly, "Don't try to argue. The Yao family is a big family. Why would we covet the treasure of a nameless person like you? You have done all sorts of evil, yet you are still stubborn. Do you really think that the Yao family is a charity? Kill them as a warning to others." In Yao Ling's embrace, a vicious sneer appeared on the charming face of the frail Zhou Jing. Whoosh whoosh. 10 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters attacked at the same time. A terrifying energy filled the surroundings, surrounding Su Yu and Zi Yunxiang, killing them on the spot. Su Yu protected Zi Yunxiang behind him, looking at them with cold disdain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 long spirit energy needles formed on his fingers, shooting out in all directions as Su Yu's fingers danced. Not good. It's Immortal Realm level, 3 upper tier. Yao Ling was shocked. Su Yu was so young. How could he have imagined his cultivation level to be so high? In their eyes, Su Yu had killed the Earth Dragon Snake all because of the divine bow. But what they did not expect was that the truly terrifying thing was not the silver bow, but Su Yu himself. Immortal Realm level, 3 lower tier, retreat. Yao Ling shouted, pouncing forward. But it was too late for them to react. Clang, creak. Among the 10 Immortal Realm level 3 fighters, only 1 Immortal Realm level upper tier managed to block it. The other 9 Immortal Realm level 3 lower tier Yao family members had their chests blasted apart by the terrifying spirit energy. In front of an Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier, lower tiers could not match up. Thunder Starfinger. But without waiting for Yao Ling to rush over to help, Su Yu did not stop. A bolt of purple lightning appeared on his palm, shooting out, killing the last Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier fighter. In an instant, 10 Immortal Realm level 3 fighters were killed on the spot. The scene was filled with corpses and bright red blood. It was bloody and tragic. Su Yu stood in the middle of the blood river, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His smile was evil and cruel, and he said, "With such power, you still dare to kill people and steal their treasures." Unknowingly, Zhou Jing's charming face had frozen into an ice sculpture. Her beautiful snow-white eyes had shrunk to the size of a needle and were filled with fear. Her petite body was trembling on the spot, and her legs were trembling nonstop. Puff! Due to his nervousness, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Staring at the corpses on the ground, he fell into a daze. Yao Ling was furious. An Immortal Realm level 3 martial artist, which was 30% of the Yao family's power, had been destroyed in an instant. What caused Yao Ling to be even more terrified was that, as an Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier martial artist, he was also killed by the young man in front of him in one move. What kind of cultivation did the other party have? Could he be an Immortal Realm level 3 peak? It's your turn now, young Master Yao, Madam Qingqing. Su Yu had an evil smile on his face, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Yao Ling shuddered and hurriedly withdrew his hand. He turned around and carried Zhou Jing to escape. "Run! Father, please!" Creak! But a moon-white figure blocked in front of them like a broken thread. "Why, do you not intend to take back your silver bow? Do you not intend to punish a lecher like me?" Su Yu's back was facing them, and he let out a cold laugh. Yao Ling's heart shook, and he gave a low roar. "I do not care who you are or what you are doing. I hope you will think this through. This is the phoenix for the Yao family. If you touch a single hair of ours, you will not be able to leave the Yao family." "Hee, are you threatening me?" Su Yu turned his head, and his face was filled with a cold smile. "Unfortunately, I am not afraid of threats. Not to mention a mere Yao family, even if it was the people of the Phoenix Cabinet who provoked me, I would kill them without hesitation. Furthermore, even if I were to let you off, would I be able to leave the Yao family alive?" Su Yu let out a cold laugh and walked forward, his expression filled with killing intent. "I do not seek any rewards, and only acted on my conscience to save you. To think that I would receive such treatment from you. Your deaths are not to be regretted." Yao Ling's expression changed. "Wait, this was not my intention. I was deceived. It was my wife who took a fancy to your silver bow and tricked me into taking it." Zhou Jing, who was in his embrace, turned pale with fright. She looked up at Yao Ling in disbelief. "Husband you." Yao Ling lowered his head and scolded angrily. "Isn't it because of your greed that you offended the young hero? You are seeking death. Do not implicate the Yao family." At that moment, Zhou Jing's eyes were filled with grievance, her snow-white eyes misting over. "Husband, are you so heartless?" "I only mentioned his silver bow. It was you who acted on your own and wanted to take the silver bow. At such a critical moment, you pushed me out to die. How could you be so heartless?" Yao Ling said in a low voice, "Everything I said is true." The two of them, at such a critical moment, began to shift the blame onto each other. Su Yu shook his head playfully. "Both of you, why are you putting on an act? Pretending to shift the blame onto each other so that you can stall for time? You are stupid, but do not assume that others are as stupid as you." Although the battle just now had ended quickly, it still attracted the attention of the Yao family's fighters. If they did not leave in time and the real experts of the Yao family appeared, it would be troublesome. The two of them looked like they were husband and wife, each doing their own thing in the face of danger. But in reality, they were cooperating with each other, trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Yao Ling and Zhou Jing's expressions froze at the same time. Zhou Jing's flustered expression gradually disappeared. Her charming face was replaced with a cunning and calm expression. "I admit that I made a mistake and provoked a strong enemy. I am willing to compensate you. Name your price. As long as the Yao family is able to pay it, we will not hesitate. Apart from that, we will let you go. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. Our only condition is that you do not harm us." The current Zhou Jing seemed to have changed into a different person. She was like a completely different person from the helpless and timid image of a moment ago. So you could not figure out which was the real Zhou Jing. Was she flirtatious, calm, and composed, or was she flustered when faced with trouble? Yao Ling was silent at the side, letting Zhou Jing take charge. Su Yu's lips formed a mocking smile. "I don't think much of it. I do not care for the things of the Yao family. I only want to eliminate the root of the problem, to prevent future trouble." Su Yu took a step forward. At this moment, Zhou Jing was still calm as usual. Her snow-white eyes were cold. "You will regret this." Su Yu calmly shook his head. "I have never regretted." Su Yu pointed a finger at Yao Ling. At this moment, Zhou Jing did a dumbfounded action. She took out a dagger from her sleeves and stabbed it into Yao Ling's chest. With a flick of her wrist, Yao Ling's heart was crushed. "Ah, Qing you." Yao Ling stared at Zhou Jing's back in disbelief. His wife of 3 years had actually pulled out a knife against him. Zhou Jing did not turn back, her face cold, without the slightest bit of affection between husband and wife. "I'm sorry, Yao Ling. I have to sacrifice you in order to be saved." Blood wings. Pulling out the dagger, Yao Ling spat out fresh blood, splattering all over the sky. A portion of it formed a pair of 3 zhang long blood-red wings on Zhou Jing's back. As the wings flapped, they created a terrifying gust of wind, instantly sending Yao Ling a few miles away. Her speed was comparable to an immortal realm level 4. Just below the blue eagle, Su Yu's eyes flashed. "Humph! Trying to escape?" A purple light flashed in his right eye, gathering space energy and enveloping Zhou Jing, who had escaped 10 miles away, teleporting her back. Zhou Jing's calm expression changed for the first time. Innate space talent? Her expression was flustered. "What are you trying to do?" "Of course, I'm trying to send you down." Su Yu's murderous intent was strong. This woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. She had disregarded Su Yu's gratitude for saving her life, tried to snatch Su Yu's silver bow, and plotted to kill him. She had even sacrificed her husband of 3 years without hesitation. Su Yu felt a chill from the bottom of his heart at such a heartless woman. This person could not be left alive. However, just as she was about to be teleported back, a powerful and unparalleled spiritual energy suddenly shot over from the sky, disrupting the teleportation in the area on the spot. Freed from her restraints, Zhou Jing immediately spread her blood wings and fled. Su Yu was furious, quickly giving chase. But the blood wings were a secret technique used to save one's life. Su Yu chased for a while, but was unable to catch up. Looking around coldly, Su Yu's eyes were cold. Who saved Zhou Jing secretly? That person seemed to have been nearby, but had not shown herself. What was her motive for being near the Yao family? I cannot catch up to you, but it is not difficult to find you. Su Yu was unwilling to give up. His crystalline pupils revolved, seeing everything within a 50-mile radius. Even though Zhou Jing was fast, he could still see her clearly. After half a cup of tea's time, Zhou Jing entered a secluded area of the Phoenix Fort from the sky. Carefully landing in an alley, Zhou Jing opened her mouth and coughed violently, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Zhou Jing's eyes glowed coldly as she pushed open a pitch-black door at the end of the alley. Creak! The giant door opened. The spacious courtyard was dead silent, filled with silence. It was supposed to be filled with birds and flowers, but there was not even the sound of insects in the courtyard. It was as if the place had fallen into a hopeless silence. Greetings, master. Zhou Jing knelt on one knee, fearful and fearful. A woman's raspy voice came from within the courtyard. You are injured. Zhou Jing endured the pain, activating the Bloodwing's secret technique. The damage to her body was obvious. I am fine, master. I accidentally provoked a strong youth and brought trouble upon myself. I had no choice but to kill Yao Ling. I am afraid I cannot continue staying in the Yao family. Zhou Jing endured the pain as she spoke. The raspy voice was ethereal, coming from an unknown location within the courtyard. You did not just bring trouble upon yourself. Even I was almost exposed by you. Creak! A bolt of spirit energy shot out from the courtyard, heading in Su Yu's direction. Su Yu was using his full power to observe Zhou Jing and the courtyard. Suddenly, an immortal level 4 powerful spirit energy shot out from within. His expression changed slightly, and he dodged it hurriedly. After dodging, he revolved his crystalline pupils again, but Zhou Jing had already disappeared. In a secret chamber of the Phoenix Fort, a lady wearing a black long dress and a black mask was playing with a cup in her hands. Countless poisonous insects were fighting and devouring each other. Chapter 355. Do not do such a foolish thing a second time, or else you will know the consequences. The masked woman said in a hoarse voice. Zhou Jing bowed and knelt. Yes, master. How did it go? The masked woman said indifferently. Reporting to master, I have successfully obtained the ancient elixir formula of the Yao family. I had wanted to gather enough ingredients to hand it over to master, but I did not expect to find a youth using a silver bow. That silver bow was extremely powerful, and it could not be a normal divine artifact. I had wanted to give it to master, but I did not expect to get into trouble. The masked woman shook her head. It is enough that you have the intention. Be careful next time. The Phoenix Cabinet is near, and there will be many strong fighters. There are all sorts of strange geniuses. You cannot judge a book by its cover and overlook it just because you are young. Seeing that you have completed your mission, I will let bygones be bygones. Go and cultivate. Zhou Jing revealed a joyous expression, revealing a smile of relief. I can finally leave the Yao family. Back then, in order to carry out her master's mission, she had sacrificed herself and married into the Yao family to obtain the formula of an ancient elixir. For 3 whole years, she had faced a husband she did not like and had been careful in every aspect. She had gained the trust of the Yao family, gradually reaching this stage. Today, she had finally completed her mission. After Zhou Jing left, the masked woman turned back, coldly staring at Zhou Jing's departing figure. Once the cunning hare is dead, the hound will be cooked. Zhou Jing, your mission has been completed. It is time for you to find your own home. Whoosh! Su Yu descended upon the black door of the yard. Looking around coldly, he could no longer sense the aura of Zhou Jing and the mysterious master. There is something wrong with this place. Su Yu looked around. The place was unusually quiet. Not even the sound of bugs could be heard. At this moment, a light breeze blew past. Su Yu's pupils dilated, abruptly turning his head to look at the woodshed. He carefully rushed over, opening a gap and looking inside. Hiss! Even Su Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In this small woodshed, there were actually 20 people's bones piled up. There were also 9 people chained to the wall, their bodies emitting a rotting stench. But they were not dead and still had a breath left. Every one of them had a pained expression, looking like a bag of bones. Swarms of flies circled them, preparing to enjoy the final feast of death. If that was all, Su Yu would not have been so shocked. What made him suck in a breath of cold air was that whether it was the 9 people or the pile of bones, their bodies were all mutilated. In the cabinets on both sides of the woodshed, there were huge jugs of water stored inside. Impressively, these jugs contained the parts that they had lost. They were tortured to death and had their organs cut out while they were still alive. Could such inhumane methods really be done by humans? Taking a closer look, the room was littered with pills that had yet to be processed, using martial artists to test elixirs and conduct human experiments. Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Who was Zhou Jing's master? What was her motive? How could he do such a cruel and inhumane thing? Save me. Out of the 9, one of them managed to maintain a strand of consciousness. When he saw that there was someone outside, he weakly said, "Save me," to Clang. So you kicked the door open and rushed over in a flash. He lifted his finger, intending to destroy the chains and save him. His abdomen had been cut open and his internal organs had been hollowed out. Right now, he was barely hanging on by a thread. But just as Su Yu was about to save him, he shook his head. "No, don't put me down. Kill me. Kill me. You're saving me." What kind of pain did he have to go through to beg for death? A fate worse than death. His organs had been cut out while he was still alive, and he had been subjected to cruel torture. He could neither live nor die. His only hope was to die. Su Yu's heart trembled, his palms trembling. Too cruel. Too vicious. He had killed countless people, but he had never tortured someone to such an extent. "Who did this?" Su Yu asked. The other party weakly said, "It was Feng. Pooh!" Before he could finish a sentence, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, the other 8 people were convulsing, their mouths foaming. Their bodies were rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah, quick, kill me." That person was like a crazed beast, letting out a shrill roar in pain, as if he was being tortured in hell. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. Too cruel. He did not even give them a chance to live. Before that master left, he had given them poison. The poison caused them to self-destruct. Creak! Su Yu closed his eyes, a bolt of lightning streaking across his fingertips, turning them all into ashes. He had given them a quick death before they died. Even though the dust had settled, Su Yu's heart could not calm down. Who was Feng? Was he human? Where was he now? Su Yu bowed toward the many bodies in the room, then slowly retreated. In the future, if he met Feng, he would act on behalf of heaven, giving these martial artists who had died in vain a consolation. If it was difficult to meet Feng, Su Yu naturally would not waste his energy to find Feng and seek justice for them. This was the only promise a passerby like Su Yu could make to the dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a large group of martial artists breaking through the air could be heard from outside the courtyard. Su Yu creased his brows, sighing helplessly. "In the end, I still fell for it. However, Zhou Jing, you cannot escape." Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. "We are the patrol envoys of the Phoenix Cabinet. The person inside, come out." A cold female voice could be heard from outside the house. Su Yu walked out of the woodshed, his expression calm as he looked at the patrol envoys. They were all young women wearing fiery red armor. Their cultivation levels were around Immortal Realm Level 2. The beautiful woman in the lead had a cultivation level of Immortal Realm Level 3 Even though she was over 30 years old, it was not hard to imagine that she was one of the most outstanding female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet when she was younger. The beautiful woman had a delicate face, a slender figure, and looked extremely weak. But her jade-like face was constantly releasing a cold, unapproachable glow. "What are you doing here? This house has long been listed as a forbidden ground. You are not allowed to enter." The cold woman stared at Su Yu with a cold, sharp gaze. Su Yu moved aside expressionlessly, his heart heavy. "Take a look for yourselves." The beautiful leader raised her beautiful brows, both hands gripping the long sword at her waist as she stepped into the woodshed. In a moment, she turned around and came out. Her beautiful face was as gloomy as an enraged lioness. Beneath her skin was a boundless fury. "Capture him." Without hesitation, she pointed at Su Yu from afar. Su Yu creased his brows. "Aren't you being too presumptuous? Capturing me without asking for the reason? I came here chasing an enemy and accidentally discovered this place. The culprit is someone else," Su Yu explained. Unexpectedly, while the beautiful woman was patrolling, she seemed to have been provoked, her eyes spitting flames of fury. She wanted to bite Su Yu to death. "You still want to deny it? We received a report that the continuous disappearances of the Phoenix Fort were related to a white-robed youth. Hence, we rushed here to investigate. You dare to deny it when you are caught red-handed?" The beautiful woman was filled with hatred, her killing intent surging. She scolded angrily, "Are you still human? How could you be so inhumane, committing such inhumane acts? I, Mu Tianfeng, represent the Phoenix Cabinet to announce that I will execute you, a beast with a human's face but a beast's heart, in front of everyone." Su Yu said helplessly, "Miss Mu, I think you should investigate who the informant was. If I am really the instigator of all this, I would like to ask why you did not discover me after such a long time. This means that I was cautious. Why would I be so careless and allow myself to be caught red-handed?" Mu Tianfeng was filled with disgust. "You mean that we did not catch you previously because we were incompetent?" Su Yu calmly said, "Yes, incompetent. Dozens of people were killed, but you did not have any clues. If not for me accidentally stumbling upon this place today, I'm afraid there would have been countless more people who would have died here." Mu Tianfeng's beautiful face turned red with anger. You are shameless. It is not too late for us to catch you now. You do not need to deny it. I will only ask you one question. How did the 9 corpses die?" Mu Tianfeng said coldly. Su Yu froze, sighing helplessly. "I used my lightning ability to end their lives. He, do you still feel that you are innocent?" Mu Tianfeng laughed coldly. "You are a man. You dare to do it, but do not dare to admit it? You dare to do such an insane thing, but do not dare to admit it?" Mu Tianfeng was overbearing. The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. This stupid woman. "I will say it one last time. Quickly investigate the informant. He might be the real murderer," Su Yu repeated. He also wanted to know if the patrol envoys could find out who the owner of this place was. "There is no need. I have already released him. Don't even think about finding out his identity and taking revenge." Mu Tianfeng laughed coldly. "You do not repent even at death's door. You are a beast in human skin. There is no hope for you. I will give you one last chance. Surrender and come back with me to be punished." "Release him." Su Yu was furious. "Stupid woman. Quickly find him and bring him back to me." Su Yu was furious. Mu Tianfeng was stunned by his roar. She regained her senses, her face filled with shame and anger. "Damn thing. A person like you is not worthy of being brought back to the Phoenix Cabinet for trial. I will personally kill you, you beast." Su Yu was furious. This woman was so stupid that no medicine could save her. Chapter 356. Inexperienced brat, You still dare to be insolent in front of this lady. Being lectured by a nameless junior, Mu Tianfang didn't know whether she should laugh or get angry. Don't worry about it, I'll do it myself. Mu Tianfang laughed angrily. Dragon seizing hand. With a soft shout, Mu Tianfang's spiritual energy seeped out of her body and twined around her arms, condensing into 2 giant claws that were 5 feet long. It was tough and powerful, as if it could capture a real dragon. 2 giant claws slashed through the air, causing the air to tremble. The surrounding area of 30 m was completely suppressed by the enormous might of the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to be uneasy and extremely oppressed. Suyu was surprised. An immortal-level cultivation technique of stage 2 lower class, as expected of the leader of the patrol envoys. Cultivating an immortal-level cultivation technique to the 2nd level was something that most people would find hard to achieve in their entire lives. With such momentum, even if it was someone of the same level, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being captured within 10 moves. However, it was a pity that she had run into Suyu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, Suyu's body was surrounded by a mysterious and unusual natural concept. Suyu, who was clearly right in front of them, gave them an illusory feeling. It was as if he had fused with nature and become the water, the earth, the sky, and a part of nature. Rumble. In the sky, the spiritual chi frantically scurried, forming an incomparably huge dark cloud above his head. The sky, which was clearly bright during the day, instantly darkened. Purple lightning dragons danced wildly in the clouds, as if they were waiting for their king's command. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Suyu bellowed. Ever since the frost chi skyrocketed, the power of the tribulation of ice and thunder had also skyrocketed. Inspector Bai He had perished under this move. Roar. The 100-zhang long purple dragon roared downwards, bringing with it lightning and ice, freezing everything on the great earth. Mu Tianfang raised her head solemnly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Divine grade, divine decree! There's actually someone who has cultivated the divine decree to such an extent. It's really unexpected. As the purple dragons attacked, Mu Tianfang switched from offense to defense. She raised both her palms towards the sky and said, "Let me capture your 2 purple dragons alive." Facing this, Mu Tianfang was not afraid at all and faced it head-on. Roar! The purple dragon roared angrily, lightning splashed and ice fluttered. In the scene of a disaster, Mu Tianfang clenched her teeth and fought with all her might. She was actually able to resist the purple dragon. The stalemate continued for a full 10 breaths of time. In the end, the 1,000-foot-long purple dragon was whittled down to only 100 feet. However, Mu Tianfang could no longer hold on, and the purple dragon pierced through her body. Crack, Chi-La, lightning, and ice struck her body at the same time. A large part of her dress was burnt. The extreme cold froze her fragrant body with a layer of ice on the spot, causing her movements to become stiff and slow. Whoosh! Without waiting for her to dodge, Suyu approached her and tapped her forehead with his finger. "Stupid woman, I can kill you with a flick of my finger." Suyu snorted angrily. He slowly lowered his finger and broke the ice that covered her body. Having been freed, Mu Tianfang's face flushed red like a piece of red cloth. Not only was he defeated by a yellow-haired brat, but he was also naked in front of everyone. Although everyone except Suyu was female, it still made her feel extremely embarrassed. Mu Tianfang grabbed a cloak from the patrol envoy beside her hurriedly and wrapped it around her exquisite body. She then clenched her teeth and glared at Suyu. "You are shameless! You are shameless! You pervert!" Suyu couldn't help but laugh. "You fought your way here, and I ruined your clothes, yet you blame me for being shameless? Wah-ya! I'm so pissed off. You still dare to quibble." Mu Tianfang was so angry that her whole body was trembling. "Stupid woman!" Suyu gave a cold grunt. If you continue to cause trouble, I will burn all your clothes. With Su Yu's abilities, he could definitely do that. The rest of the patrol envoys were no match for Su Yu. No one could stop Su Yu. Mu Tianfeng was angry and embarrassed, subconsciously grabbing the cloak that covered her body. You dare! In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare to do if I want to, Su Yu calmly said. Such confident words caused Mu Tianfeng to have a misconception that this youth was really capable of doing anything. Mu Tianfeng clenched her teeth, not daring to retort. You have finally calmed down? Su Yu was calm. A stupid woman like you can only be reasoned with by my fists. Mu Tianfeng was so angry she almost vomited blood. She glared at Su Yu fiercely. Su Yu waved his hands. All right, since you have calmed down, let's talk about what happened here. I think you know whether I am a suspect or not. Mu Tianfeng was silent. Indeed, if Su Yu was a suspect, he could have killed everyone present to prevent his true identity from being exposed. She had been too presumptuous and emotional when she insisted that Su Yu was the culprit just now. Whoosh! Su Yu took out his seal. The rest of the patrol envoys were shocked. Deputy Palace Master? You are the Deputy Palace Master of the Empire of Darkness? Mu Tianfeng's pupils turned serious. Inu, the legendary new Deputy Palace Master Inu? Unbelievable. He is the legendary genius, Palace Master Inu. One of the patrol envoys' eyes were filled with admiration. A few of the other Deputy Palace Masters also had a glow in their eyes. Silver hair, silver face, 16 or 17 years old. It really is him, Palace Master Inu. Am I dreaming? I am actually fortunate enough to meet the legendary genius of the North Continent, Inu? Mu Tianfeng stared at Su Yu in disbelief. Su Yu's name had spread throughout the North Continent long ago, especially during the battle at Anua City. Su Yu had fought against a group of geniuses alone, killing tens of thousands of geniuses. For example, Wei Tianqin of the Snow Listening Tower, the young masters of the 8 great ancient clans, and even an inspector of a mortal realm level 3 peak. Such a terrifying battle record had spread throughout the Phoenix area. Everyone knew of him. He had risen like a comet, piercing through the skies of the North Continent, becoming a legend pursued by countless people of the same generation. He had killed an immortal realm level 3 peak at the age of 16. Such a talent that shocked the North Continent would become a legend that the future generations would not be able to surpass. Many people had crowned his talent as a legendary genius, now that they had seen him in person. How could the patrol envoys not be shocked? Among them, the eyes of a few girls rippled and their hearts were revealed. Even Mu Tianfeng became much more respectful in that instant. This was the legendary genius of the North Continent. He had already defeated an immortal realm level 3 peak. Taking a deep breath, Mu Tianfeng bowed apologetically. Greetings, Mr. Inu. Please forgive us for the misunderstanding just now. Her attitude had changed by 180 degrees. Her suspicions of Su Yu were instantly dispelled. The reason was simple. When Palace Master Inu was still at the Empire's sub-palace, the Phoenix Fort had already gone missing. Hence, this matter was definitely not Inu's doing. Inu had no time to argue. Even though this lady was rash, she could admit her mistake in time and take the initiative to apologize. It was just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. Let me ask you, where did the person who reported me go? Su Yu asked. It was obvious that the person who reported Su Yu was problematic. Mu Tianfeng's face turned red, feeling guilty and ashamed. It was her stubbornness that had delayed the opportunity. Patrol envoys, listen up. Search the entire city for the person who reported you. Spread his portrait throughout the Phoenix Fort. Do not make any mistakes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of patrol envoys followed the order and left. I have offended you today. I will take my leave. Mu Tianfang was too ashamed to face Su Yu, cupping her fists as she bid farewell. "Wait," Su Yu called out to her, saying seriously, "Leader Mu, may I ask where Madame Zhou Jing came from?" Zhou Jing's master was the real culprit. Mu Tianfang was surprised. She was a female disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet and was once one of the 10 great Phoenix women. She was beautiful and had above-average potential. But she suddenly left the Phoenix Cabinet and married the Yao family's young master, Yao Ling. Why are you asking her? Could it be that Palace Master Yu has heard of Madame Zhou's name even though he is in the sub-palace? The so-called Phoenix women were female disciples with great potential, similar to the ranking of the 10 great deputy palace masters. Su Yu shook his head. "No, I am just asking." Zhou Jing was from the Phoenix Cabinet. Su Yu was shocked. She did not join the Yao family purely. What was her motive? After thinking for some time, Su Yu did not expose Zhou Jing's relationship with the master behind the disappearance cases. The reason was that Zhou Jing's identity was a little special. Without any evidence, it would be hard for the Phoenix Cabinet to believe that Zhou Jing was related to the disappearance cases. "Thank you for telling me. That's right, I have another question." Su Yu was filled with anticipation. "May I ask, how is Xianer doing in the Phoenix Cabinet?" Mu Tianfang looked at Su Yu suspiciously. "Xianer? The personal disciple of the Cabinet Master, the #1 Phoenix woman of the Phoenix Cabinet, Feng Xian? What relationship does she have with you calling her so intimately?" #1 Phoenix woman, Feng Xian? Su Yu froze. In just a year, Xianer had improved so quickly, becoming the #1 Phoenix woman? But he immediately understood. The mysterious constitution of the Phoenix of Death was something that even Yun Yazi envied. It was no small matter. Becoming the #1 Phoenix woman was a little exaggerated, but it was not impossible. After confirming that Feng Xian was Qin Xianer, Su Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Not hiding it, "She is my fiancée." "Oh, so she is your fiancée." Mu Tianfang nodded her head, subconsciously. After that her body trembled, her eyes as wide as copper bells. Her voice tripled in an instant, her voice shrill. "What? You? She is your fiancée?" Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. "Why can't I?" Mu Tianfang's mouth opened wide, her eyes wide. She only regained her senses after a long time, hurriedly hiding her strange expression, staring at Su Yu in shock. "No, it is just too unexpected. The pure and noble Feng Xian actually has a fiancé? I've never heard of such a thing before." Xianer had already been molded into a pure and noble image. Su Yu could not help but smile. That lively and adorable little girl actually had such an image at that moment. It was fine as long as he was sure that she was safe. But after Mu Tianfang recovered from her shock, she could not help but hesitate. "Is she really your fiancée? If that is the case, I'm afraid you are too late." "What do you mean?" Su Yu's heart sank, having a bad premonition. Mu Tianfang hesitated for a moment, full of sympathy. 3 days ago, the cabinet master organized a small blind date for Feng Xian, and it was Feng Xian who organized it. Chapter 357. What's lacking is just going through the official procedures at the Divine Phoenix Convention. What? So you took a few steps back in disbelief. There was actually a martial arts competition and blind date in advance. Sienna had already been betrothed to Shin Kong. Su, you could not accept this ridiculous reality. He had traveled thousands of miles to come to the Phoenix cabinet. Was it not to take her away openly? However, the reality was that Su Yu was a step too late. Get over it. As a female disciple of Feng Xian level, the pavilion leader will not tolerate her disobedience. Even more so, he will not tolerate her being taken away by others. Therefore, there is nothing you can do. Pitter-patter. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly, and his bones cracked inch by inch. No, it wasn't over yet. The final result of the official Phoenix cry meet has not been decided. Everything is not over yet. How could he give up on Sienner so easily? Since he was unable to snatch it forcefully, he would choose Sienner in front of everyone in an upright manner during the Phoenix meet. Mu Tianfang shook her head sympathetically. You are indeed the legendary genius, Inu. Perhaps it is your persistence that has made you a legend in the northern continent. However, you really have no hope in the Phoenix meet. You are indeed very strong. However, there is still a huge gap between you and the two young masters of the Snow Listening Tower and the second Deputy Palace Master, let alone the mysterious Palace Master Shinkong. With a tinge of reluctance in her eyes, Mu Tianfang retreated quickly. Before she left, she said, Tonight there will be a bright moon banquet at the Phoenix Cry restaurant. Although it is called a banquet, it is actually a sparring session before the Phoenix meet. Although it won't be of much help to you, if you want to improve your ranking, perhaps you can go take a look. Phoenix Cry Pavilion? Bright Moon Banquet? Suyu nodded without hesitation. Inu will definitely be there at midnight. Thank you for your reminder, Leader Mu. You're on your own. Mu Tianfang sighed sympathetically and flew away. Suyu looked at the time and immediately returned to the vicinity of the Yao family, meeting up with Zi Yunxiang. Yunxiang, look for clues about Housemaster Zi in the city. I need to act alone. Suyu could not bring Zi Yunxiang along, so the danger was even greater. Zi Yunxiang's expression darkened slightly, but she still smiled and obediently agreed. Suyu was about to see his long-awaited fiancé. How could she delay it? A faint sense of loss reverberated in the depths of his heart. However, Zi Yunxiang had her own considerations. She desperately wanted to find her father, so she didn't have the time to wait for Suyu. Now that she was free, she might be able to find her father. Protect yourself. Zi Yunxiang looked at Suyu deeply. She had a feeling that they were not far from each other. Suyu's heart was moved, and he smiled to comfort her. He patted her shoulder and said, You are the one. After the competition, let's meet at the city gate. Zi Yunxiang forced a smile and left. Suyu watched as she disappeared into the crowd, then left for the bright moon banquet. However, at this moment, he's here. Suddenly, a martial artist of the Yao family flew out from the Yao family with a vigilant expression. He looked down from the sky and suddenly noticed Suyu's presence, letting out a cry of surprise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! At that moment, from every corner of the Yao family, a large group of martial artists flew out, surrounding Suyu so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The weakest among them was an immortal level 2, while the strongest was an immortal level 3. There were as many as 40 of them. This was the only remaining expert of the Yao family. They had mobilized such a huge lineup just to find Suyu. Huchi! Suddenly, a terrifying and powerful spirit energy pierced through the clouds, shooting into the sky from deep within the Yao family. That aura surprised Suyu. It was immortal level 3 peak. A voluptuous woman wearing a long red robe scanned the surroundings. Her eyes were red and swollen, a clear sign that she was grief-stricken. Deep within her eyes was a hatred that seeped into her bones. She let out a piercing voice. Where is he? Following the gaze of the crowd, the red-robed, middle-aged woman fixed her venomous eyes on Suyu. You killed my son? The red-robed woman said through her teeth. It was like the voice of a ferocious ghost, sharp and piercing, cold and sinister. Suyu looked around, calmly saying no. The red-robed woman's face contorted in hatred. You! Lie! Lies! The experts of the family were killed by you. How could my son's death have nothing to do with you? And my daughter-in-law, did you kidnap her because you lusted after her beauty? Suyu turned a deaf ear to her roar, his expression calm. The martial artist was indeed killed by me. Your son's death has nothing to do with me. I did not even touch a strand of his hair. Even though I would have killed him even if he had not died, his death has nothing to do with me. The red-robed woman laughed in anger. What a joke! Just because you say you did not kill him, it doesn't make sense? Why don't you say that my daughter-in-law killed him and fled to escape punishment? Hearing this, Suyu had a strange expression. So you knew it was your daughter-in-law who did it. In order to escape, Zhou Jing's blood eagle technique required the blood of a person. That person was Yao Ling. Nonsense. The red-robed woman laughed angrily. You trespassed into the Yao family and killed my people. And you still dare to talk nonsense? Suyu shrugged. I did not trespass. It was your daughter-in-law who brought me in. In the forest, I saved her from the jaws of an earth dragon snake. She brought me to the Yao family, saying that she wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. What I did not expect was that she and your son, Yao Ling, would collude and frame me for stealing her silver bow. She sent the Yao family's experts to surround me. Only then did I retaliate. As for your daughter-in-law, seeing how powerful I was, in order to escape, she killed your son and used his blood to use the blood eagle technique to escape. That's what happened. Whether your daughter-in-law has the silver bow or not, as a mother-in-law, you are well aware of it. By the way, I would like to remind you to investigate your Yao family and see if there is something missing. Is such a beautiful woman really willing to marry your son? His words caused the red-robed woman's expression to change. How could she not hear the credibility in Suyu's words, especially the matter of Zhou Jing marrying her son? In her eyes, it was suspicious. The people of the Phoenix area had their eyes on an ancient elixir recipe of the Yao family. It was not that she did not have her guard up against Zhou Jing. It was just that in the past 3 years, she had been careless. But these thoughts only flashed past her mind for a moment. She glared at Suyu with hatred. Whatever you say is useless. Everyone is a witness. You massacred the Yao family. You cannot deny it. Suyu sighed. He could not be bothered to argue. People only believe what they want to believe. You wanted to kill me to establish your authority, but you were afraid of Zhou Jing's background. Hence, the truth is not important to you. What is important is to kill the troublemaker immediately to maintain the Yao family's authority. Isn't that right? Suyu believed that she already knew the truth. Unfortunately, for the Yao family's authority, he had to kill the troublemaker to shut the mouths of the crowd. If that is the case, I can only say that you have found the wrong person. Suyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. At that moment, a blue shadow descended like lightning. A cold, demonic beast aura, extreme speed, and a piercing cry. Wasn't that Deputy Palace Master Li's blue fantasy bird? As expected, on the back of the blue fantasy bird stood an imposing man with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were empty and indifferent, looking down from above. Yu, did you forget my warning? Don't give me trouble. The red-robed lady's pupils dilated. She turned pale with shock. Palace Master Li. Her eyes were filled with fear. An immortal realm level 4. This kind of extraordinary ability was enough to kill the entire Yao family. Wait, then you are Palace Master Yu? The red-robed lady finally realized the identity of the silver-haired youth in front of her. Li looked at Suyu indifferently. I am asking you a question. Answer. Suyu did not even look him in the eye, ignoring his words. He only looked at the red-robed lady indifferently. Speak. What do you want? Yu will accompany you to the end. The red-robed lady had a conflicted expression. If Suyu was a normal youth, she would naturally kill him to establish her authority. But Suyu was not a normal youth. He was a legendary genius of the North Continent. How could she dare to kill such a person, especially since it was highly likely that Yao Ling was not killed by him? So it is Palace Master Yu. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The red-robed lady gave in, intending to turn a big problem into a small one. But at this moment, Li indifferently said, Madam Yao, I am sorry. I did not discipline my deputy palace master as well, causing the death of your son. Yao Ling toward Suyu, Li's words were cold. But toward the Yao family, he he was a little respectful. But the most infuriating thing was Madame Yao herself admitted that the truth needed to be investigated. Hence, the matter was dropped. But Lu Li jumped out, insisting that Yao Ling's death was caused by Su Yu. He also stated that he did not discipline Su Yu well. In the end, was Lu Li on the side of the Empire of Darkness or the Yao family? Madame Yao, give me some face. Let Inu kowtow and apologize first. As for the exact compensation, let him make it up in the future. In the future, I will also discipline him more strictly. How about we drop this matter? Madame Yao froze, her expression strange. She herself had given up on pursuing the matter. But this palace master Lu Li was standing on her side and punishing Su Yu? Hearing this, Su Yu did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. Madame Yao had let go of the matter, but Palace Master Lu Li had come to seek justice for her. He wanted Su Yu, who was also a deputy palace master, to be severely punished. Furthermore, he said that he was giving Su Yu some face. It was as if Su Yu could have been absolved of responsibility. But now he had to kowtow, apologize, and compensate. He was giving Lu Li face. This was simply inexplicable. "Ha, Madame Yao, do you dare to accept my apology?" Su Yu said with his hands behind his back, his lips forming a cold smile. Madame Yao shuddered. Su Yu's infamy in Anua City might not have spread to the distant Empire of Darkness sub-palace, but the Phoenix Fort had long since spread. This legendary genius had the battle record of killing an immortal realm level 3 peak. How could she dare to offend him? No need, no need, Madame Yao said, embarrassed. Lu Li's nostrils flared as he let out a long hum. He rolled his eyes and looked askance at Su Yu, coldly saying, "Inu, what kind of attitude is this? This matter can only be resolved because of me. With such an attitude, where do you put my efforts?" Chapter 358. At the same time, take your efforts with you, and scram as far away as possible. Su Yu glanced at him with disdain. No one asked you to meddle in other people's business. Don't think too highly of yourself. Lu Li's expression froze, but he recovered his calm expression, calmly looking down at Su Yu, stubborn. A person like you will only know when to advance and retreat after suffering a loss. I will no longer interfere in your affairs. Whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with me. I'm warning you one last time. Don't give me trouble. Let's go. Riding the blue eagle, Lu Li soared into the sky. Su Yu laughed. What a joke. When have I ever caused trouble for you? Meddling in other people's business, and you have bad intentions. Lu Li shook his head. The more lowly a person is, the more they like to maintain their fearless pride. Inu, I feel sorry for you. Whoosh! The blue illusion eagle turned into a blue afterimage, disappearing into the sky. Su Yu sighed. I also feel sorry for you. As if hearing Su Yu's sigh, Lu Li turned to look at the ground, at the tiny Su Yu, helplessly muttering, "What a hopeless person." On the ground, Su Yu turned to stare coldly at Madame Yao. I've embarrassed myself. Since the meddlesome person has left, you can attack without worry. Let us settle our scores. Knowing Su Yu's identity, how would Madame Yao dare to settle scores with him? Putting aside Su Yu's identity as a deputy palace master, his abilities were not something Madame Yao could afford to offend. Palace Master Inu, you have misunderstood. It was Zhou Jing who framed the Yao family. Please do not fall for it. Madame Yao's expression changed, forcing out a stiff smile. Su Yu retracted his cold expression. At least you know what's good for you. If this person did not know what was good for him, Su Yu did not mind killing and erasing the Yao family. Hearing this, Madame Yao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I have frightened Mr. Inu. Please come in. I would like to express my apologies. Lightly waving his hands, Su Yu calmly said, There is no need. Hurry and investigate the whereabouts of your daughter-in-law. That's right. Let me ask you something. Su Yu's pupils glowed. What kind of elixir is the ancient elixir recipe of the Yao family? Madame Yao's expression changed drastically, turning ashen. It was only because she was afraid of Su Yu's strength that she dared not voice her anger. Although it was highly possible that Su Yu did not kill his son, many of the Yao family's experts had died at Su Yu's hands. This was a blood feud. However, Su Yu had not only killed many of the Yao family's martial artists without restraint, he had also brazenly coveted the Yao family's ancient elixir recipes. The other party was simply going too far. I am not interested in your elixir formula. Put away your pointless worries. I only want to know what the elixir is used for so many people to flock to it. Su Yu guessed that what Zhou Jingmu wanted was most likely the elixir formula. Madame Yao was stunned. The killing intent that was about to erupt was suddenly withdrawn. She said in a relaxed manner, "So you are here to inquire about this. The 9-death pill is not a secret. There are many people who know about it. It only has one use, and that is, after it is consumed, it can destroy the Dantian. Within the immortal realm, it is effective at any level." Su Yu's gaze turned serious. "Then your Yao family should not have this elixir anymore, right?" Madame Yao could not help but shiver. For the first time, she realized how profound Palace Master Inu was. As for whether the Yao family still had such elixirs, the outside world had differing opinions. However, Su Yu was certain that the Yao family no longer had such elixirs. "Mr. Inu, why do you say that?" Madame Yao asked. Su Yu laughed indifferently. "If your Yao family still had such elixirs, would there be a place for the Yao family in the North Continent? Which large force would not be afraid of a nature-defying elixir that could destroy any immortal realm fighter? To them, such a powerful weapon was a hidden danger that they had to control. For the Yao family to remain safe and sound in the Phoenix, for, like a normal family, it could be seen that such elixirs no longer existed in the world." Madame Yao was shocked. What a wise deputy palace master! Nodding her head heavily, Madame Yao said seriously, "Palace Master Inu is right. Elixirs have long been lost. Even with the elixir formula and materials, it is impossible to refine them. The first 9-death pill was not refined. It was found in a relic. Our Yao family had been researching how to refine it for hundreds of years. In the end, we discovered that this elixir could not be refined. This is because this elixir does not belong to the Jinlong continent. It lacks the mysterious energy that the Jinlong continent does not have. Unless it was personally refined by a fighter from outside the Jinlong continent, this elixir is impossible. In other words, this is a useless elixir formula. The mysterious energy that the Jinlong continent does not have?" Su Yu pondered. Could there be a region outside the Jinlong continent? If that was the case, the 9-death pill did not exist in the world. This was the reason why the various superforces were not worried. Understanding the 9-death pill, Su Yu was slightly relieved. "If that is the case, I will take my leave." Su Yu took to the skies, shooting toward the bright moon banquet. Phoenix Tower, the property of the Phoenix Cabinet, a luxurious building. In the past, it was packed with people. Today, it was heavily guarded. That was because tonight was the bright moon banquet for the geniuses of the various forces. Occasionally, some young geniuses would enter based on their status. "Please show me your identity." A row of guards blocked the middle of the entrance, asking Su Yu for his identity. Su Yu did not hesitate, taking out Deputy Palace Master Inu's seal. The leader of the guards at the entrance, an immortal realm level 3-peak middle-aged man, personally took the seal. After looking, his brows twitched. "Deputy Palace Master Inu? You? Please wait for a moment. We need to verify the authenticity of the seal." The leader was expressionless, using a business-like tone as he passed the seal to the guards at the entrance. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure leisurely walked over from the side and casually threw out a frost-covered leaf from his bosom. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, clearly seeing the name carved on the leaf. "Zhou Nianchen." The expressionless leader's expression changed. His expressionless face forced a smile, cupping his fists. "Welcome, Mr. Nianchin, to the Bright Moon Banquet. Please enter." With just a glance, the leader returned the ice leaf with both hands. At this moment, Su Yu sized up the newcomer. He was a purple-robed man around 20 years old, his appearance beautiful, even more so than a woman's. His figure was tall and straight, his purple robes fluttering in the wind. He walked with his head held high, his appearance imposing. He extended 2 slender fingers, elegantly retrieving the ice leaf. He looked straight ahead, brushing past Su Yu as he stepped into the building. In comparison, Su Yu's seal was still being tested. A little dissatisfied, Su Yu restrained himself, waiting patiently. It was his fault for becoming famous too late. There were only a few people in the North Continent who recognized his appearance. At this moment, 2 more people calmly walked over. The 2 of them walked shoulder to shoulder. The one on the right was around 20 years old, wearing a white robe. His expression was calm and tranquil, his step steady, his demeanor casual. His cultivation level caused Su Yu's pupils to dilate. Immortal Realm Level 4. This person's abilities were frightening. The one on the left was a young girl in pink, about 18 years old. She had a cute appearance, her eyes darting around. She was extremely intelligent, leaning against the white-robed youth, relying on him. Her abilities were slightly weaker, but she was at Immortal Realm Level 3 peak, not weak at all. What powerful abilities! Su Yu was secretly shocked. The leader saw the 2 of them from afar, slightly stunned. "Please show me your identity," he said in a businesslike manner. The girl in pink opened her eyes wide, panting with anger. Hey, are you blind? How can I not recognize the Xintian Manor's first Heavenly King, Sword Demon Zhongwan, and the second Heavenly King, Peach Blossom Rain Jiang Mufei? 2 Heavenly Kings of the Xintian Manor? Su Yu squinted his eyes, sizing them up cautiously. Ever since Housemaster Z's whereabouts had been unknown, Gaotsong, who was ranked 3rd among the 3 Heavenly Kings, had sided with Han Jianglin. The other 2 Heavenly Kings had refused and were imprisoned. Why had they appeared at the Phoenix meet today? The leader was filled with respect. "So the 2 of you are Sword Demon Zhongwan and Peach Blossom Rain Jiang Mufei? Sorry for not recognizing you." The leader had clearly heard of their reputations. Zhongwan smiled lovingly at Jiang Mufei. "Mufei, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Show me your identity." Jiang Mufei pouted and unwillingly took out her identity and threw it over. However, she heard Zhongwan's warm smile. "Furthermore, even the famous Inu is waiting patiently. Mufei, how can you be rash?" Jiang Mufei was shocked. "Inu? Which Inu?" "Of course, Deputy Palace Master Inu of the 100 Territories Alliance." Zhongwan smiled, looking towards Su Yu, cupping his fists. "Brother Inu, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. It is my honor to finally meet you in person." Jiang Mufei opened her eyes wide. She jogged toward Su Yu and walked one round around him. She examined Su Yu from head to toe, not missing a single detail. Her cute face wore an exaggerated expression of shock. "Are you really the silver demon genius Inu who killed more than half of the 10 great geniuses at the Alliance meet?" Silver demon genius? Su Yu smiled. He had left behind such a title in the 100 Territories Alliance. It was likely that Su Yu had killed many people that day, and his ruthlessness had shocked the 100 Territories Alliance. Furthermore, his unique silver hair had earned him the title of Silver Demon. Su Yu looked toward Zhongwan, cupping his fists in return. "Greetings, Zhongwan. It is a pity that I did not have the opportunity to meet you while I was at the 100 Territories Alliance. If not, I would have paid you a visit and asked for your guidance." Zhongwan's smile was warm, like a spring breeze. "I am sorry that I was unable to get to know the future legendary genius of the Northern Continent earlier. If you don't mind, I hope that I can ask the legendary genius, Brother Inu, for some advice on the martial path. Su Yu nodded his head. I do not dare to seek guidance. We can exchange pointers together. Jiang Mufei was ignored, her lips pouting. Hee, I am easy to exchange pointers with. I want one too. Su Yu and Zhong Wan could not help but smile at the same time. The leader's expression finally changed. It was really Deputy Palace Master Inu. His expression finally became respectful, hurriedly receiving the seal, returning it with both hands. So it really is Deputy Palace Master Inu. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. I hope, Palace Master Een, you can forgive me. It is just that there have been many strong fighters in the city recently. There have been many cases of low-class people pretending to be strong fighters from the various territories to cheat. I had no choice but to be cautious. Please do not blame me. Su Yu and Zhong Wan dismissed the matter with a laugh, magnanimous and forgiving. Jiang Mufei, on the other hand, was unforgiving. She wrinkled her nose, muttering, Forget it. It is just that we are not famous enough. Why did you not check the identity of the snow-listening tower's second son, Zhou Nianchen? Chapter 359. The leader had an embarrassed expression, respectfully inviting the group of people to enter. Brother Inu, the bright moon banquet is split into 3 seats, heaven, earth, and human. Which seat are you planning to sit at? Jiang Mufei replied without hesitation, Of course the heaven seat. That is the best place to admire the moon. It is rumored that one will receive a shred of moonlight essence there, nourishing the soul and bringing unimaginable benefits. Su Yu thought for a moment, then replied with a smile, Of course the human seat. I am here to observe the battle quietly, not to show my face in front of the crowd. Ha! I cannot agree with Brother Yu's intentions. He agreed with Su Yu, keeping a low profile. They entered the second level, the full moon stage. There were 50 to 60 geniuses from various areas, occupying the small full moon stage. There were a total of 10 tables. One heaven seat could only seat 5 people. There were 3 floor mats, and each table could only seat 5 people. The last was the human seat, the lowest. Su Yu and Zhong Wan sat calmly at the human seat. Su Yu had become famous too late, and there were not many who recognized him. Zhong Wan and Jiang Mufei were famous, but they rarely appeared in the North Continent. There were not many who recognized them. Seriously, why do we have to sit here? Jiang Mufei muttered unhappily, but her attention was quickly drawn to Su Yu. Hey, Inu, how did you cultivate? You're younger than me by a year. How are you so powerful? Su Yu smiled. In terms of talent, Jiang Mufei was the truly terrifying one. Compared to Zhong Wan, and even the many deputy palace masters of the Empire of Darkness, she was much stronger. An 18-year-old immortal realm level 3 peak. How terrifying was that? Su Yu had reached immortal realm level 3 upper tier at the age of 17, but he had relied on the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the resources of the Empire of Darkness. In comparison, Jiang Mufei had relied on herself to reach such a level. That was absolutely unheard of. She was the scariest genius of the North Continent. If given time, she would definitely become a legend of the North Continent. You are the truly powerful one. Su Yu smiled warmly. He always had a good impression of straightforward people. Then, what kind of cultivation methods did you cultivate? Rumor has it that you killed Immortal Realm Level 2 Lu Jun at Dragon Realm Level 5. You are too powerful. I admire you. Zhong Wan flicked her forehead with his finger, his expression stern. Nonsense. It is a great taboo to pry into the details of other people's cultivation methods. Moreover, the meeting is just around the corner. It is very inappropriate for you to be so rash. If he were to reveal the details of his cultivation technique, it would be easy for his enemies to find a way to counter it. It was indeed inappropriate for him to ask about it in such a manner. I'm just curious, I won't ask. Jiang Mufei pouted, her cute face full of grievances. Su Yu shook his head. No matter. My cultivation technique isn't a secret, so there's no harm in knowing. I mainly cultivate the lightning and ice paths, and I have comprehended the divine decree. I also know a few space and time magical powers. That's all, Su Yu said. He had fought with others many times, so it wasn't difficult for him to find out. It wasn't a secret. Zhong Wan had an apologetic expression. I am sorry to have caused Brother Inu to laugh at me. Mu Fei is stubborn and mischievous, and she insisted on following me to the Phoenix meet to gain some experience. I had no choice but to bring her along. The Phoenix meet was a blind date between many young talents and the female martial artists of the Phoenix cabinet. It wasn't appropriate for women to come here. He who asked Senior Zhong Wan to dote on me? Jiang Mufei lifted her chin proudly, snuggling into Zhong Wan's embrace. She was deeply attached to him. As for Zhong Wan, he lowered his head and looked at his coquettish junior, his eyes filled with love. Su Yu smiled to himself. It was as if there were feelings between the two of them, other than being senior and junior. But the two of them were compatible. At this moment, the moon was high above the willow tree. Dusk had arrived, and the silver moon hung in the sky. The moon gazing had begun, and the guests had all arrived. But what was strange was that there was no one else in the heaven seats, other than the second son of the snow-listening tower, Zhou Nianchen. He sat alone at a table, looking out of place. He himself also looked a little unnatural, looking around. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed someone, his gaze fixed on Su Yu's table. He stood up, cupping his fists toward Zhong Wan. So it's Sword Demon Zhong Wan. With your status, how can you sit at such a table? Quickly, come to the heaven seats. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Mufei, his eyes lighting up. Could this be Peach Blossom Rain Jiang Mufei? You must have followed Senior to the human seats. Come to the heaven seats. The exchange of experience here is more valuable and beneficial to you. What? It's the Sword Demon and Peach Blossom Rain from the Shintian Manor. In an instant, the guests were shocked, all of them looking toward the most inconspicuous human seats. The guests at the same table were filled with respect. All of a sudden, someone recognized Su Yu. Wait, the silver-haired youth beside the Sword Demon. Could it be the legendary genius of the North Continent, Inu? What? It's him? He's also participating in the Phoenix meet. It's hard to imagine that the rumors were true. He is only 16 or 17 years old. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. In terms of focus, Su Yu even surpassed the famous Zhong Wan and Jiang Mufei. It was not because Su Yu was stronger than the two of them, but because Su Yu was a newly promoted genius of the younger generation. Coupled with the fact that he had just caused a sensation in Anua City, he naturally attracted attention. So you are Inu. A cold voice came from the heaven seats. It was Zhou Nianchen, his eyes as cold as a blade, filled with killing intent. Junior Tianchen and Junior Shui Yi, were they killed by you, just like the rumors say? His cold question was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the crowd and heading straight for Su Yu. In that instant, the commotion of the crowd came to a stop. Their expressions changed, and they kept quiet out of fear. It was rumored that in Anua City, it was Palace Master Inu who had killed the two sons of the Snow-Listening Tower. Their deaths had created Inu's reputation. Yes. Su Yu casually poured a cup of wine, not even looking at Zhou Nianchen. In the eyes of outsiders, his attitude was that of an insolent, overbearing, and reckless youth. Have you ever regretted it? The consequences of killing the people of the Snow-Listening Tower. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Yu calmly replied, They deserve to be killed. Why should I regret it? Zhou Nianchen was speechless. His aura had not suppressed Su Yu in the slightest. The muscles on his face twitched, and Zhou Nianchen coldly shouted, My two juniors died in your hands, and you do not have any regrets. Since that is the case, Don't blame me for being ruthless." But Su Yu's expression was still calm. He gently took a sip of wine, calmly saying, "Stop. Wait at least an hour before you act." "Are you afraid?" Zhou Nianchen said coldly. Su Yu shook his head. "No." "Then what is it? You want to live for an hour more?" Zhou Nianchen creased his brows. Su Yu calmly said, "I am giving you an hour to prepare a coffin for yourself." SSSS. The people at the Bright Moon stage gasped. Arrogant, unparalleled arrogance. He dared to challenge a mortal realm level 4 Zhou Nianchen, asking him to bring a coffin. How overbearing and arrogant was that? Zhou Nianchen froze for a moment, his expression turning sinister. In the end, he let out a long, sinister laugh. There were many people like you, arrogant in front of me, but there are none now because they are all dead. I will also give you a choice. Do you want your corpse intact, or do you want to be decapitated?" Su Yu held his wine cup, revealing a smile. "Being decapitated is too cruel. It is better to be decapitated." Zhou Nianchen walked out of his seat, the terrifying aura of an immortal realm level for engulfing the entire place like a tsunami. He let out a cold smile. "As you wish, I will leave your corpse intact." Chapter 360. The full moon stage was silent. Not a sound could be heard. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. The geniuses present all stared at Su Yu, secretly clicking their tongues. Where did Palace Master Yin Yu get the confidence to say such harsh words? In terms of status, Zhou Nianchen was the second son of the Snow Listening Tower, famous throughout the North Continent. He did not fear Su Yu, but in terms of abilities, there was an insurmountable gap between the immortal realm level 4 Zhou Nianchen and Su Yu. Su Yu, who was merely immortal realm level 3 peak, would not be Zhou Nianchen's match in a direct confrontation. Where did he get the confidence to be so powerful? Chirp! At this moment, the moon in the sky turned into a dreamy blue afterimage. A clear bird cry reverberated through the clouds, lasting for a long time. Blue fantasy bird. Zhou Nianchen's pupils turned serious, his expression turning ugly. His gaze returned to Su Yu, full of disdain. "So this is where your confidence comes from." The crowd of geniuses understood. No wonder he is so arrogant. Palace Master Lu Li is his greatest support. I'm a little disappointed. Relying on others to intimidate others is not considered skill. The legendary genius is just SOO. The surrounding geniuses sighed. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky. Behind him was a bright moon, and the soles of his feet were silver clouds. His robes fluttered in the wind. His face was cold, and his hands were clasped behind his back. Under the moonlight, he looked imposing. Looking up, he was like a god of war with the moon on his back, white clouds beneath his feet, overlooking the world. Endless dominance and calmness enveloped the full moon stage. That was the second vice palace master of the North Continent's sub-palace, Lu Li. It was rumored that he was a peerless expert who rarely made a move. Zhou Nianchen's expression was solemn. If one observed closely, the corners of his eyes were trembling. That was an expression of nervousness. Jiang Mufei raised her head and stared. On her delicate little face, the cute and innocent look had long disappeared and was replaced by a serious look. "He is very strong." Jiang Mufei let out a light breath. There were many people like her. Lu Li's appearance was like the arrival of a king. The entire place was dead silent. There were only two people who had relaxed expressions, Su Yu and Zhong Wan. The two of them acted as if there was no one else around them. They raised their cups and sipped their wine, ignoring Lu Li's arrival. "Brother Yin, are you not going to greet your second palace master Lu Li?" Zhong Wan smiled warmly. Su Yu raised his head and finished the wine in one gulp. He then smiled calmly and said, "There is no need for that. He might not want me to come." The news of the bright moon banquet had been told by Mu Tianfeng, an outsider. Lu Li had not told her anything at all. It was obvious that he didn't want Su Yu to participate. In other words, he had never thought of Su Yu's existence. The conversation between the two of them was not loud, but in the silence it was hard not to hear it. As Lu Li slowly descended, he could not help but glance over. Only then did he realize that Su Yu was also present, and he was slightly surprised. Hearing Su Yu's words, Lu Li said coldly, "If you have the time to attend the gathering, why don't you cultivate quietly? If your ability is inferior to others, then you must work 100 times harder than others. If you waste time here, how can you be worthy of the Empire's nurturing?" His expression was indifferent as he looked down at Su Yu. He sounded like he was lecturing him. Su Yu was leisurely pouring himself a cup of wine and casually asked, "Then why did you come here?" Su Yu was wasting time here, but was Lu Li not? "Since when did you have the right to compare yourself to me? My abilities allow me to be distracted, but you are not." Lu Li floated down, sitting on the heaven seat under the gazes of the crowd. Su Yu calmly shook his head. "Is that so? The strongest palace, Master Shin Kong, and the snow-listening tower's eldest son are cultivating in peace. You, who are inferior to them, are resting here and wasting your time. How can you be worthy of the Empire's nurturing?" The same words were returned to Lu Li. A true strong martial artist will only compare himself to a stronger martial artist. Just like you, finding fault with people who are inferior to you, seeking a sense of accomplishment. "You are worse than me," Su Yu said, hitting the nail on the head. Lu Li had an indifferent expression, looking at Su Yu as if he was a stranger. "At least I am stronger than you, and I have the right to educate you. That is enough." Su Yu chuckled. "You only think that you are stronger than me. That is all. Continue living in your fantasy world. The cruel reality will teach you a lesson in blood." Lu Li calmly shook his head, raising his cup to drink. Su Yu chuckled, not replying. This Lu Li looked arrogant, but in reality he valued vanity. He liked to show off his superiority in front of outsiders. Outside the Yao family, he took matters into his own hands to uphold justice. Here, he thought that he was infallible to teach Su Yu a lesson. Furthermore, even though he had arrived at the Bright Moon banquet earlier than Su Yu, he had to wait until the last moment, when everyone had taken their seats, when everyone had begun admiring the moon. It was as if he was the focus of the entire Bright Moon banquet. How pretentious! Jiang Mufei wrinkled her nose, letting out a grunt. Zhong Wan looked at Lu Li profoundly, laughing. There are many kinds of people. Whether they are vain or pretentious, they have their own way of life. Why should we care? But his judgment is hard to compliment. It was foolish of him to look down on Brother Inu, Zhong Wan calmly said. Jiang Mufei stared with wide eyes, getting close to Su Yu's face. You are stronger than him? Senior Zhong Wan is very good at judging people. He has never been wrong. Su Yu is embarrassed. Brother Zhong Wan is too kind. I am merely an Immortal Realm level 3 junior. I don't care. I will fight with you later to see how powerful you are. Jiang Mufei's beautiful eyes burned with fighting spirit. At the heaven seats, Zhou Nianqin's gaze flickered. Palace Master Lu Li, your third Palace Master killed 2 of my juniors in Anua City. I would like to settle the score with him here. Is that possible? Lu Li was stunned. Su, you had killed 2 young masters in Anua City? News of what had happened in Anua City had yet to reach the sub-palaces, so he did not know. But Wei Tianqin and Zhang Shui were merely Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier and Immortal Realm level 3 lower tier, so they were nothing to worry about. At this moment, the crowd of geniuses became excited, finally realizing what had happened. It seemed like Inu and Lu Li did not have a good relationship. Inu's act of relying on Palace Master Lu Li to intimidate others might be exposed. Lu Li, who was being watched, shot a fierce glare at Su Yu. I have already warned you twice not to cause trouble for me. You have disobeyed me time and time again, ignoring my words. Without waiting for Su Yu's reply, Lu Li berated, "It is even worse this time. You dare to use my name to cause trouble and fight with others? You are hopeless. This time, I will not bother with you. You will settle the trouble you caused yourself." Lu Li flicked his sleeves in anger. The crowd was silent. The people who were secretly mocking Su Yu rose and fell. Yin Yu has really pushed himself too far, trying to use the tiger skin. To think that he cannot back down now. This is an interesting topic. Let's see how Yin Yu deals with this. Just now he was shouting about fighting and killing. Now that he no longer has Palace Master Lu Li's support, I wonder if he still has the confidence. To everyone's surprise, Su Yu was unexpectedly calm, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "I am indeed causing trouble. What does that have to do with you? Have you forgotten what I told you? Don't think too highly of yourself. No one asked you to be a busybody." These words caused many of the geniuses to be dumbfounded. Yin Yu was actually so disrespectful to Lu Li, who he was relying on. Chapter 361. The geniuses were petrified. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Su Yu's backing was not Palace Master Lu Li. That was merely their wishful thinking. Lu Li's expression was calm, replying coldly. However, a crack appeared on the teacup in his hand. The clear wine in the wine cup rippled. Inside, Liu Li was very angry. Zhou Nianqin's expression turned cold, slamming the table. "Yin Yu, I really do not know how you managed to survive until today. The only person who can help you is the second palace master. But you mocked him for your pitiful pride after losing your backing. You did not keep a low profile when facing a strong opponent you knew you could not defeat. Instead, you incited conflict and put yourself in a more dangerous situation. You have such emotional intelligence to be able to survive until today. I have to say that the heavens are too fond of you." The geniuses were at a loss. The legendary genius was just a guy with brawn, but no brains. Su Yu smiled as he put down his cup, slowly standing up. "Do you still have more to say? If you are, let's begin. I will leave your corpse in one piece, as I said." Zhou Nianqin laughed coldly. "I have seen people rushing to reincarnate, but this is the first time I have seen someone so anxious. Since that is the case, then." But just as they were prepared to fight, a group of red figures hurried over from below the pavilion. Their figures were graceful, their ability strong, and they were the famous patrol envoys of the Phoenix Fort. The leader of the patrol envoys had delicate features and a well-proportioned figure. Even though she was over 30 years old, she was still beautiful. "Greetings, Leader Mu." Whoosh, 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 the genius's expressions changed, hurriedly standing up to welcome her. Even Zhou Nianqin and Lu Li stood up to show their respect. Only Su Yu and Zhong Wan sat calmly. The most shocking thing was that Zhong Wan had a smile on his face, standing up and cupping his fists. "Greetings, Leader Mu." Su Yu was completely confused. What did Mu Tianfang do to deserve the respect of so many people? Even Zhong Wan had to show her some respect. "Everyone, please take a seat. I was ordered by my master to host this banquet. Due to an important matter, please forgive me for being late." Mu Tianfang cupped her fists in return. The crowd replied politely, carefully sitting down. Their gazes were fixed on Mu Tianfang. Jiang Mufei's face was full of envy. "That's Mu Tianfang? It is rumored that he is the in-name disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet's master." "An in-name disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet's master?" Su Yu was slightly surprised. Mu Tianfang had such an identity? No wonder the geniuses here had to give him some face. She was someone who could speak for the Phoenix Cabinet's master. They were participating in the Phoenix meet this time around for a blind date. If they left a bad impression on her and the Phoenix Cabinet's master heard about it, it would definitely affect the blind date. Mu Tianfang was not in a hurry to sit down. Instead, she scanned the heaven seats. Noticing that it was only Lu Li and Zhou Nianqin, he couldn't help but frown. Palace Master Inu is not here? Silver Plume. The geniuses were dumbfounded. Why would a registered disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet know Inu? Moreover, he was singled out as soon as he arrived. Looking at the row of patrolling envoys with rustling silver on them, many geniuses felt nervous. Looking at their posture, it seemed like the patrolling envoys were carrying out a mission. Could it be that they were here to capture Inu? Lu Li raised his brows and shot a cold glare at Suyu. How many times do I have to warn you? Causing trouble for me again? It was getting more and more serious each time. Tell me, what crime did you commit to provoke Leader Mu to capture you personally? Hearing this, the geniuses were speechless, secretly speechless. Palace Master Yin was too daring. What did he do to anger Mu Tianfang? Zhou Nianqin revealed an expression of schadenfreude. He did not have to do anything. There would be someone else to deal with him. But what caused everyone to be petrified was Mu Tianfang creased her brows and looked toward Lu Li. Who are you? Palace Master Lu Li forced out a smile. I am Palace Master Lu Li. Greetings to Leader Mu. But before he could finish, Mu Tianfang interrupted him. Palace Master Lu Li, I am looking for Inu to discuss something with him. What trouble did he cause you? What crime did he commit? I have not even opened my mouth. Yet you insist that he committed a heinous crime. Mu Tianfang was a little displeased with Lu Li. Since you are both from the Empire of Darkness, shouldn't you be more united outside and take care of him? You reprimanded him in front of everyone. How could he still have any face left? Her words caused Lu Li to be extremely embarrassed, the muscles on his face extremely stiff. The geniuses could not help but laugh. Lu Li was the one who was truly embarrassed. But Mu Tianfang had actually looked for Inu to discuss something? What kind of relationship did they have? Glancing at Lu Li, Mu Tianfang waved toward Suyu. Inu, sit here. With your status and abilities, there will be a place for you in the heaven seats. Suyu was a little surprised. Even though this Mu Tianfang was a little foolish, she was not a bad person. No need. This place is quiet. Why would I invite trouble? Suyu smiled. Mu Tianfang glanced at the gloomy Lu Li and the unfriendly Zhou Nianqin, curled her lips, and gracefully sat in front of Suyu's table. Haha, your ability to attract hatred is top-notch. Mu Tianfang recalled how she had been driven mad by Suyu when she first met him, and could not help but gloat. Suyu shrugged. Thank you for the compliment. How was it? Did you find the informant? Mu Tianfang's expression turned serious. No, furthermore. Furthermore? Suyu's eyes glowed. Furthermore, the informant has already been silenced, right? Mu Tianfang was shocked, looking Suyu up and down. Hizke, I could not tell that you are quite smart. He is indeed dead, killed by a finger, and there are no traces left. Mu Tianfang was distressed. Suyu sighed secretly. It would be best if this matter could be investigated. But if not, he did not intend to be a busybody. This matter had come to an end. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter, and bring those ** stards to justice. Mu Tianfang clenched her fists angrily. Suyu admired her, but did not think highly of her. A master who could make Zhou Jing, a former Phoenix woman, willingly serve her and infiltrate the Yao family for 3 years, was definitely not a simple person. Mu Tianfang might not be able to handle it. Thinking for some time, Suyu secretly carved the words Zhou Jing on a jade pendant and silently stuffed it into Mu Tianfang's sleeves. Even though she was a little foolish, she should have some clues about how Suyu had chased Zhou Jing and ended up in the bloody firewood shed. Forget it, let's admire the moon now. Mu Tianfang raised a cup of wine, downing it in one gulp. Guests, the moonlight is a little disappointing. Why don't we have some fun? Saying this, Mu Tianfang took out a handkerchief from her robes. The handkerchief was snow white, with 2 colorful mandarin ducks embroidered on it. Once taken out, the handkerchief released a strange fragrance. That was the fragrance of a woman, but it was as fresh as a white lotus. Taking a light breath, one would not have any evil thoughts, only an indescribable respect. It was as if the crowd was looking at a white lotus, something they could only look at from afar. Many of the youths present smelled the fragrance, but none of them had any thoughts of delinquency. Zhongwan was dazed for a moment and could not help but praise. What a holy aura! In this world, whose fragrance could contain such a holy aura. Su Yu was shocked. Decree of divine decree, and divine grade at that. The reason the crowd felt a boundless holiness was due to the influence of the formless divine decree. Among those present, apart from Su Yu, no one could resist the influence of such a holy divine decree, because he was the only person who possessed a divine grade, divine decree. Ever since he had started cultivating, this was the first time Su Yu had encountered a fighter other than himself who possessed a divine grade, divine decree. Who was the owner of the handkerchief? This holy aura could it be? Deep within Zhou Nianqin's pupils burned with passion. Mu Tianfang smiled. Looks like I don't have to say. You already know who the owner of the handkerchief is. That's right, it is the personal handkerchief of the first Phoenix woman, Feng Xian. Hearing this, the expressions of the many youths changed. Many of them pretended to be calm, but they could not tear their eyes away from the handkerchief. Many pairs of eyes were burning with longing. Jiang Mufei smiled as she surveyed the surroundings, noticing that Zhongwan was also smiling as he looked at the handkerchief. She could not help but reveal a displeased expression, pouting. That woman is even more coquettish than a vixen. She calls herself the first saint of the North Continent, noble and holy, unprecedented. I think she's just a vixen. Zhongwan smiled as he shook his head. Mufei, slandering someone like that is beneath you. Feng Xian is indeed as pure as ice and as clean as jade, pure beyond compare. It is rumored that after she came out of seclusion, an auspicious sign descended from the heavens. A unicorn with the bloodline of an immortal spirit appeared and became her mount. The unicorn was born from the heavens and is a spiritual being. There is only one in the entire Jinlong continent. It only likes to get close to holy objects. Since ancient times, this is the first time a unicorn has gotten close to a human. It can be seen that Feng Xian's purity is unparalleled. There was such a rumor. Su Yu was stunned. In just a year, Xianer had transformed from a lively and adorable fairy into a noble saint. Thinking about this, Su Yu looked forward to reuniting with Xianer and witnessing her transformation. I was just saying, Jiang Mufei pouted, unconvinced, but she is too proud of her status. Could it be that she wants to use a handkerchief as a reward for the winner of the sparring match? If all the men agreed to that, they would be too useless. Leader Mu, may I ask if this is a reward for sparring? If it is, I am willing to be the first to spar. Mu Tianfang had a faint smile as she nodded. Of course it is. Hearing this, the rest of the youths were excited. TSK, Li Shulin, do you think it is your turn to be the first to spar? In my hands, you would not even last 20 moves. This handkerchief belongs to me. Gui heading. Wait, Immortal Realm level, 3 lower tier people, like you, do not have the right to covet Feng Xian's handkerchief. An Immortal Realm level, 3 upper tier fighter left his seat with a whooshing sound and stood at the center of the banquet. Zhang Xiling, what are you being so arrogant for? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Miss Feng Xian's belongings cannot be tarnished by people like you. Watch me. Another Immortal Realm level, 3 upper tier, jumped into the middle of the arena. In the blink of an eye, the full moon stage was in an uproar. All for a handkerchief from Feng Xian. You bunch of useless men, you are infuriating. Jiang Mufei clenched her teeth in anger, slamming the table and standing up. All of you get down. Other than me, no one else can have this handkerchief. Once Jiang Mufei entered the arena, The entire place was silent. She, a woman, had come to fight for Feng Xian's handkerchief, shocking everyone. But what made everyone hold their breaths was Jiang Mufei's abilities. She was the second heavenly king of the Xintian manor. With her reputation, who dared to belittle her? Zhang Xiling and the other person returned to their table, resentfully, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. In the hands of Jiang Mufei, they would not be able to last more than a few moves. Raising her head proudly, Jiang Mufei's eyes flashed. She looked towards Suyu, a faint smile on her face. Brother Inu, do you want Miss Feng Xian's handkerchief? Suyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her first opponent was him. Just now, she had said that she wanted to spar with Suyu. She had found an opportunity so quickly. Without any hesitation, Suyu stood up. All right, I will accept your challenge. I do not wish for other men to lay their hands on Xian'er's belongings. Even though it was only a handkerchief, it would make others feel uncomfortable if it was obtained by another man, especially those filthy people who held onto the handkerchief and lusted after Xian'er's beauty. It was better to stop such disgusting acts. Zhong Wan put down the teacup in his hands, his expression solemn. That's fine too. I would also like to see the true abilities of a legendary genius. In no time, everyone's attention was on them, many of them excited. Chapter 362. Wait. Mu Tianfeng kept her handkerchief, her beautiful eyes filled with fighting spirit. Peach Blossom Rain Jiang Mufei, rumor has it that you were literate the moment you were born, entered the martial path at the age of 3, became a holy king at the age of 9, achieved Dragon Realm at the age of 14, and achieved Immortal Realm Level 3 peak at the age of 18. Your entire life is a legend. Rumor has it that the Empire of Darkness's Northern Continent Sub-Palace, 10th Deputy Palace Master, was originally reserved for you, but you rejected it. I've heard of your name since I was a young girl, and I've been fascinated by it for a long time. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to meet you. Would you give me the honor of giving me a chance to spar with you today? The group of geniuses did not have any strange expressions. Their gazes towards Jiang Mufei were filled with respect. She was indeed a legendary woman. At such a young age, such talent, such breathtaking. Su Yu was secretly shocked. Becoming a Saint King at the age of 9? When Su Yu was 9 years old, he was only at level 1 of the martial path. In terms of talent, this girl was even stronger than Hua Zhilan. She was fully deserving of the title of the Northern Continent's proud daughter of heaven. With the speed of his rise, he would definitely become a powerful heaven master in the North Continent in the future. Jiang Mufei playfully blinked her big eyes. He, the mythical genius, isn't it Silver Feather? Furthermore, apart from this, your Phoenix Cabinet's #1 Phoenix Lady, Feng Xian, is the true pride of the heavens. Compared to her, what am I? Although he was being humble, he was jealous. If not for Su Yu, she would be the legendary genius. If it weren't for Feng Xian, she would be a proud daughter of heaven. Unfortunately, with the two of them in front of her, her halo was much dimmer. If Sister Mu wishes to compete with me, you have to ask Brother Inu first. After all, he accepted the challenge first. Jiang Mufei smiled, her face innocent and cute. Mu Tianfeng cupped her fists toward Suyu. Palace Master Inu, why don't you let me have this battle? Suyu had no objections. Of course, there's no problem. Captain Mu will lead. After confirming that the two of them were going to fight, the geniuses became even more excited. One was a genius goddess, while the other was a veteran phoenix maiden. One was delicate and refined, while the other was pure and cute. Between the two of them, who would be the stronger and the weaker? Standing in the middle of the full moon platform, the two looked at each other for a moment. Younger Sister Jiang, I won't be like a man and have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex. Be careful. Mu Tianfeng's fighting spirit exploded. Dragon seizing hand. Spiritual energy revolved around his arms, condensing into a 5 zhang long giant claw. It could capture a dragon from above and capture a flood dragon from below. A piercingly cold aura of heaven and earth surged in all directions. Jiang Mufei smiled like a flower. The dimples on both sides of her cheeks looked cute and relaxed. Hee, the second level of an immortal level cultivation method. Impressive, impressive. However, Sister Mu, you have to be careful too. Jiang Mufei smiled and stretched out her tender little hand. A ball of pink spiritual energy condensed in his palm. The spiritual energy quickly condensed into a lifelike peach blossom tree. Pink petals clustered together, vivid and lifelike. Hoo! Jiang Mufei pouted her lips and playfully blew into her palm. Instantly, the peach trees rustled and swayed. Peach blossoms fluttered like feathers, covering the sky above the full moon platform. When it floated down, it was like a rain of peach blossoms, gorgeous and colorful. This was the origin of peach blossom rain, Jiang Mufei. These peach blossoms were not only beautiful. Mu Tianfang acted as if she was facing a great enemy. While she was attacking, she did not forget to circulate her excess spiritual energy to protect her body. She was unusually vigilant against the peach blossom rain. The peach blossoms landed on the spiritual energy membrane on Mu Tianfang's body and were all bounced off, leaving only a shallow mark on the spiritual energy membrane. Jiang Mufei revealed a cute and sly smile. Sister Mu, you can't defend against it like this. Peach blossom rain. Jiang Mufei clenched her fist. Instantly, the falling peach blossom petals turned into pink arrows that shot towards Mu Tianfang like a downpour. Not good. Mu Tianfang's expression changed slightly and became extremely solemn. She stopped attacking and became defensive. All her spiritual energy revolved on the surface of her body to defend against the peach blossom rain. However, what made everyone shocked was that the peach blossom rain actually ignored the spiritual energy shield and easily hit Mu Tianfang's body. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, the endless raindrops completely enveloped Mu Tianfang's entire body. Every time the peach blossom rain hit, a peach blossom mark would be left on Mu Tianfang's body. In a short span of 3 breaths, Mu Tianfang's entire body was covered with peach blossom marks. Looking over, Mu Tianfang was completely surrounded by the peach blossom marks. Hee, shake your butt. Jiang Mufei's little finger drew an arc in the air. At once, the peach blossom marks on Mu Tianfang's body exploded into a pink color. Mu Tianfang herself could not control herself and really twisted her body, preparing to shake her, but in front of everyone. Stop! I admit defeat, Mu Tianfang said hurriedly. Jiang Mufei smiled slyly and snapped her fingers. The peach blossom marks on Mu Tianfang's body automatically dispersed into spiritual energy and returned to Jiang Mufei's body. Mu Tianfang's face was red and she said fiercely, "Bad girl." Everyone was flabbergasted by what they saw. Most people had only heard of the name Peach Blossom Rain, but had never seen it in person. Now, they finally understood the terror of the name. It was an unorthodox, immortal-level cultivation technique of the talisman type. When the peach blossom mark was attached to a person's body, it could forcefully control that person's body. Both of them were immortal realm level 3 peaks. But Mu Tianfang was no match for Jiang Mufei. What kind of terrifying difference was this? Su Yu was secretly shocked. What a strange cultivation technique. If he was not careful, Su Yu could be controlled and defeated. Sister Mu, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Mufei raised her head proudly. Mu Tianfang had an unwilling and helpless expression, returning to her seat awkwardly. She had thought that with her many years of experience, her chances of victory were high. But when they really fought, she could not even block a single move. She could not let go of her pride. It's your turn. Humph. Don't let me find out that you have tender feelings for her. Mu Tianfang warned angrily. Back then, Su Yu had been cruel and merciless to her. Su Yu could not help but laugh, getting ready to fight. However, at this moment, a strange voice rang out from the heaven seats, as expected of a martial artist from a place like the 100 Territories Alliance. His standard is really hard to compliment. However, in a situation where there is a lack of resources, he is still able to perform so well. This is quite commendable. Zhong Wan did not move, as if he did not hear anything, his expression gentle. Jiang Mufei was a straightforward person, retorting sarcastically, "The 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower are so powerful. How could 2 of them be killed by Inu of the 100 Territories Alliance? Our 100 Territories Alliance is merely lacking in resources. If we were like the Snow Listening Tower, occupying the most prosperous land in the North Continent, the 4 great sons would not have a place to stand." Everything she said was true and logical. The expression of the mocking Zhou Nianqin turned gloomy. "Little girl, your mouth is not for spouting nonsense. Be careful of your words." Chapter 363. What a joke! You were the one who gossiped as you watched the battle, but you immediately became angry after I said a few words? Is the full moon stage the territory of the Snow Listening Tower? Only you are allowed to be unbridled, but others cannot speak the truth? The rest of the people at the other tables were secretly laughing. Jiang Mufei really had a glib tongue. With just a few words, she had humiliated Zhou Nianqin. "Humph, lass, I think you need to be taught a lesson." Zhou Nianqin shattered the wine cup in front of him, brushing his sleeves as he stood up, taking large strides toward the center of the full moon stage. "Let me ask you, do you dare to fight me?" Zhou Nianqin grunted. Jiang Mufei was not afraid. "Why would I not dare?" So you wanted to stop her, but it was too late. She was still young and impetuous. She could not resist Zhou Nianqin's provocative words. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Nianqin's lips. "You do not know your limits." Whoosh! Zhou Nianqin's voice was still in the air when his body dissipated. That was his afterimage. His real body had already appeared in front of Jiang Mufei. Jiang Mufei's eyelids twitched, her expression serious. She had not managed to capture Zhou Nianqin's identity. Their abilities were not on the same level. "I will not bully you. I will let you have 2 moves." Zhou Nianqin clasped his hands behind his back, calmly saying, with his abilities of an immortal realm level 4, letting Jiang Mufei attack him was not an insult. Jiang Mufei grunted, "Peach Blossom Rain." The full moon stage was immediately covered by peach blossom petals. Like a thunderstorm, the peach blossom petals formed a storm, engulfing Zhou Nianqin. In terms of power, it was many times stronger than when she was fighting Mu Tianfeng. She had been hiding her abilities just now. Zhou Nianqin's expression was calm, his expression filled with disdain. The people of the 100 Territories Alliance only have such insignificant tricks. He stood with his hands behind his back, not moving an inch. Creak, creak! But when the peach blossom rain shot toward him, it exploded a zhang away from his body, turning into spirit energy and dissipating. Looking closely, Zhou Nianqin's spirit energy was so thick that it covered a zhang away from his body. The peach blossom rain could not penetrate that thick spirit energy, and was instead shattered by the thick spirit energy. Compared to Mu Tianfeng, who could not even work together, everyone's hearts trembled. As expected of an immortal realm level 4, just his spirit energy alone far surpassed that of an immortal realm level 3. The gap between the two was like a chasm. There's still one more move. Zhou Nianqin was calm as he teased. Jiang Mufei's pretty face was slightly pale, her face full of dissatisfaction. "Humph, it's not over yet." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, a rain of peach blossoms filled the sky. The peach blossoms turned into imprints that surrounded Zhou Nianqin, wrapping him up tightly. What's the point of using the same old trick again? Zhou Nianqin's disdainful voice sounded from within the peach blossom mark. Jiang Mufei's lips curled into a cold smile. Try it and you'll know. Peach blossom tribulation. Bang! Suddenly, a peach blossom mark exploded violently. The power produced was equivalent to an attack from an Immortal Realm level 3 lower tier fighter. It set off waves of energy, causing the guests at the surrounding tables to instantly become nervous. Peach blossom rain can explode? Moreover, its might is so terrifying. Many geniuses were shocked. Bang, 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 then tens of thousands of peach blossoms surrounded Zhou Nianqin and exploded. Countless explosions stacked together, forming a rumble that shook the heavens. The entire Phoenix Tower shook violently because of it. The roof of the pavilion was directly blown away by the terrifying explosion, and the wooden beams and roof tiles were turned into flying ash. The dust rained down, covering the sky above the full moon stage in dust. 2 tables were too close and were sent flying on the spot. The people at the tables were sent flying out of the Phoenix Tower, groaning in pain. The rest of the people had no choice but to use their spirit energy to suppress the tables, protecting themselves from the attack of the shockwaves. Even Suyu had to form a layer of spirit energy on the surface of his body to defend against the impact. What a powerful secret technique! Suyu was secretly shocked. The power of this move was close to Immortal Realm level 4. Suyu knew that he was not completely confident that he could take this move head-on. He realized that he had underestimated this genius young lady. Under the seemingly innocent and cute surface, there was a terrifying combat power that was beyond imagination. It could be said that Jiang Mufei was already half a step into Immortal Realm level 4. But when the dust settled and the crowd looked at Zhou Nianqin, their pupils dilating, they saw that Zhou Nianqin was still standing with his hands behind his back. His feet had not moved a single step. All of the dust and the remaining shockwaves from the explosion revolved half a zhang away from him, unable to get close to him. Revolving spirit energy, deflecting the power of the explosion? Zhong Wan rarely spoke, his expression serious. I heard that the Snow Listening Tower has a unique technique called Devouring Vortex. It contains a shred of a legendary level technique. After successfully cultivating it, one can control spirit energy to form a vortex, deflecting 90% of attacks. But the difficulty of cultivating it is extremely high. In the history of the Snow Listening Tower, only geniuses with the potential to become a tower master had the chance to cultivate it. In the current generation, from what I know, only Zhou Nianqin has succeeded. Devouring Vortex? The geniuses were shocked. A godly technique that contained a shred of a legendary level technique? An invincible defense that could deflect 90% of attacks? Unless one's cultivation level is higher than his, I have never heard of anyone of the same level being able to break through the absolute defense of the Devouring Vortex. Zhong Wan was serious. He stood calmly in the middle of the arena, the revolving spirit energy on the surface of Zhou Nianqin's body receding. He shot a cold gaze toward Jiang Mufei. 2 moves have passed. Now I will not hold back. Humph! Only a ghost would fight you. I admit defeat. Jiang Mufei wrinkled her nose, admitting defeat cunningly. The difference between the 2 of them was too terrifying. She naturally would not fight head-on. Zhou Nianqin let out a light grunt. Losing without a fight. You really brought honor to the 100 Territories Alliance. After saying this, Zhou Nianqin's eyes flashed, shooting toward Suyu. You have seen enough of the show. Do you still have the confidence to challenge me now? The shocking battle abilities he had just displayed had changed the minds of the geniuses. The second son of the Snow Listening Tower, Zhou Nianqin, was even more frightening than the rumors said. But what made the crowd petrified was that Suyu calmly looked around. Does anyone want to fight him? He had wanted to fight a few times, but was stopped every time. That was why he had asked this question. His voice reverberated in the deathly silent full moon stage. No one responded. Suyu then slowly stood up. Zhou, you still have an hour. Prepare your coffin. The geniuses gasped, their hearts filled with confusion. If Su Yu's arrogance was due to his fearlessness and ignorance, now that he had seen Zhou abilities as a peak king, it was inconceivable that he could still say such overbearing words. Zhou let out a light breath, laughing in anger. I really do not know how such a stupid person like you managed to survive until today. Let us fight first. If no one is going to collect your corpse, I will get someone to find a coffin for you. You do not have to worry about what will happen after you die. Since he had said this they could only fight, Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they glowed fiercely. Let's fight. Chapter 364. Inu. At this moment, Lu Li calmly said, You are now representing the Empire of Darkness. Even though you have no chance of winning at your level, you must not admit defeat so easily. Even if you lose, you must lose with all your might. Losing without a fight is discrediting the Empire of Darkness. Be bold and fight. Later, I will personally fight to regain the honor of the Empire of Darkness. The crowd creased their brows. Even though Su Yu's abilities were much weaker than Zhou, he was certain that Su Yu would be defeated before the fight even began. However, before the battle even started, he was certain that Su Yu would suffer a crushing defeat, and he swore that he would retrieve the honor that Su Yu had lost for the Empire of Darkness. Was he not afraid that his actions would affect Su Yu's battle intent? Mu Tianfeng glared at Lu Li, her expression unfriendly. During the sparring session at the Bright Moon Banquet, everyone has two choices. Either you fight or you shut up. Which will you choose? Lu Li's expression was calm. I will fight sooner or later. Now is just a chance for Yu to practice. Glancing at him, Mu Tianfeng announced, The match begins. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them flew to the center of the full moon stage. One was an Immortal Realm Level 4. The other an Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier. Both released their spirit energy at the same time. Hiss! In an instant, the guests secretly gasped a few times. Under the pressure of that spirit energy, their chests felt heavy and uncomfortable. Breathing became difficult, as if the air had frozen. Of course, this was caused by Zhou aura. Compared to Zhou aura, Su Yu's pressure was negligible. The two of them were like a child and an adult. Just the difference in spirit energy was an insurmountable chasm. With such a huge difference, it was hard for the crowd to believe that there would be any suspense in their battle. Do you need me to let you attack first? Zhou crossed his arms, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Su Yu shook his head expressionlessly, no need. Zhou laughed. In the face of your life, you still place your pride above all else. It is not wrong to call you stupid. In Zhou eyes, Su Yu was unwilling to be humiliated and had refused to let him attack first. You are wrong. Letting me attack first will only make you die faster. Su Yu's expression was calm and peaceful. If you do not wish to die mysteriously, take this seriously. An arrogant person like you can only be awakened by cruel reality. Zhou shook his head in disdain. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Devouring vortex. With a low grunt, Zhou casually raised his finger, pointing at Su Yu from afar. A thumb-sized vortex of spiritual energy appeared in front of Zhou finger. Bang! With a flick of his finger, a small spiritual energy vortex shot toward Su Yu at a moderate speed. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky above the full moon platform, a series of light sounds suddenly exploded, like firecrackers. That was caused by the violent turbulence of qi and friction. If one were to focus their senses, they would discover that the spiritual energy within a radius of 1 kilometer had become unprecedentedly restless. All of it was being drawn toward the small vortex and swallowed into its depths. After devouring a wisp of spiritual energy, the power of the whirlpool would double. In the blink of an eye, it grew from the size of a finger to the thickness of an arm. A scalp-numbing suction force was emitted from the vortex. It was as if it wanted to devour human flesh and blood. The seemingly harmless little whirlpool contained an astonishing amount of energy. Defense is merely a function of the devouring vortex. Its true power lies in its attack. Zhou Nianqin stood with his arms crossed, calmly looking at Suyu, who was gradually closing in. Zhong Wan's expression was grave. The power of the vortex is comparable to the power of Mu Fei's Peach Blossom Calamity. Immortal Realm Level 3s have no chance of dealing with it. But unexpectedly, Suyu's expression was calm. He slowly raised his finger, pointing toward the sky. A faint, yet mighty voice came from his mouth. Heaven and earth, ice and thunder, heed my command, calamity descend. Rumble. A majestic divine decree enveloped an area of 1 mile, with Suyu at the center. It was as if the natural thunder and ice of the world were under Suyu's control. With a thought, dark clouds covered the sky, snow swirling in the air. A purple lightning dragon roared within the cloud layer. Following Suyu's command, the thunder ice dragon, formed from the fusion of thunder and ice, roared as it smashed down with a destructive force. The lightning dragon collided with the vortex. Creak! Without a sound, the lightning dragon was completely destroyed before it could even react. Zhou Nianqin shook his head mockingly. The legendary divine grade divine decree? Its power is only so. Roar! But at this moment, 3 purple dragons appeared within the dark clouds at the same time. It whizzed down and shook the heavens. The 3 thunder ice dragons had finally shaken the vortex. Crack! The vortex of spirit energy showed signs of slowing down and dispersing. Waves of cold energy and thunder arcs surrounded the vortex. But the 3 thunder dragons were easily swallowed. Zhou Nianqin's smile turned rigid for a moment before he regained his composure. Merely so. But he had just finished his sentence when the roars of 5 thunder ice dragons could be heard from the cloud layer. The 5 thunder dragons, each as thick as a water bucket, descended with a shocking aura. Creak! The sound of destruction reverberated throughout the full moon stage. The 2 of them were evenly matched in their first exchange. The remaining thunder arcs and cold energy, as well as the dispersing spiraling spirit energy, shot toward all directions of the full moon stage. Ah! Cries of pain could be heard from the crowd. A few tables were lifted by the strong wind, blowing people and tables into the sky. Some of them were charred by the thunder arcs, some were frozen cold, and some were scratched by the spiraling spirit energy. Apart from Zhong Wan and Lu Li's table, no one was unscathed. The exchange between the 2 was extremely close to an immortal realm level 4. Suyu himself also staggered back a few steps, the blood in his chest raging. He had suffered some light injuries. His clothes and silver hair were in a mess. It was not easy to block that attack. However, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. You could fight Zhou Nianqin to a standstill? Mu Tianfang was shocked. His abilities are even more frightening than the rumors say. Jiang Mufei's face had lost its cuteness, replaced with seriousness and disbelief. Is he really that strong? The devouring vortex was stronger than the peach blossom rain. Jiang Mufei did not have the confidence to take it head-on. But Suyu had done it. If it had been their previous battle, the outcome would have been clear. No wonder Zhong Wan had acknowledged Suyu. Jiang Mufei finally understood. Even though she had said that Zhong Wan would not be wrong about people, she had her own pride. Otherwise, she would not have chosen Suyu as her first target. She wanted to take back her position as the legendary genius from Suyu's hands. But the difference between the 2 was shocking. Zhong Wan let out a warm smile, as if he had expected this. Deep within Lu Li's cold eyes, there was a rare ripple. It was a ripple of surprise. Suyu's abilities were not as weak as he had expected. Zhou Nianqin was also slightly stunned. Divine grade, divine decree? You. There were not many people who could comprehend the divine decree to its peak in the North Continent. The only person who knew about it was the #1 goddess of the North Continent, Fengxian. Palace Master Inu had also comprehended his divine decree to the level of divine grade. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful. A normal immortal realm level 3 peak would not be able to withstand it. Zhou Nianqin took a light breath, dispelling the shock in his heart. He let out a mocking smile as he clapped. Not bad, not bad. To be able to block a casual attack from me, not bad. No one doubted his words. That was an attack close to an immortal realm level 4. He had clearly not used his full strength. Why don't you try another attack from me? Zhou Nianqin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. This time, I will use my full strength. Devouring vortex. Zhou Nianqin created a small vortex again, but this time he did not create one. It wasn't 10 either, but 100. 100 vortexes close to the attack of an immortal realm level 4. Chapter 365. This was the true power of the devouring whirlpool. There were 100 vortexes, not to mention an immortal level 3. Even an immortal level 4 would fall into a hopeless situation when faced with 100 vortexes. Furthermore, Su Yu was only an immortal level 3. How was he going to block an attack that even an immortal realm level 4 would fear with his own abilities? Zhong Wan's expression instantly turned solemn. If I were to face Zhou Nianqin at his peak, the odds of victory would be 40 to 60. However, Zhong Wan did not clearly state who would be the 4th and 6th. Jiang Mufei's scalp turned numb. There is a world of difference between an immortal realm level 3 peak and an immortal realm level 4. In the same realm, she rarely met a worthy opponent, but in Zhou Nianqin's hands, a casual devouring whirlpool was not something she could block. This was the gap between them. However, what Su Yu had to face was not just 1 vortex, nor 10 vortexes, but 100. In such a situation, how could he block it? Inu, do not force yourself. It is not embarrassing to admit defeat now. You still have to participate in the official competition 3 days later. Do not let your emotions affect your decisions and leave behind any injuries. Jiang Mufei kindly reminded him. The spectators felt the frightening power of an immortal realm level 4 and agreed with him. If Su Yu admitted defeat, they would not underestimate him in the slightest. No one had the right to laugh at him for losing to an immortal realm level 4. The corners of Lu Li's mouth curled up in disdain, but her words were dignified. Inu, surrendering is a disgrace to the Empire of Darkness. Let's not talk about whether the Empire of Darkness will let you off. Don't even think about getting past me. The crowd frowned. Was Palace Master Glaze trying to force Inu into a corner? Did he have a life and death feud with Palace Master Inu? In the face of danger, Su Yu did not panic. Instead, he became even calmer. While facing the swirls in the sky, he casually glanced at Lu Li and said, "You are very noisy. Can you shut your mouth?" Mu Tianfang's heart was filled with disgust. She did not even bother to hide the expression on her face as she coldly stared at Lu Li. "I'll warn you one last time. Either you fight or you shut up. If you are unwilling to abide by either option, I'm sorry, but people like you are not welcome in the Phoenix Tower." Lu Li's face was expressionless, but a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, she obediently shut her mouth and quietly watched the show. You still have the mood to look at outsiders? Really doesn't know life from death. Zhou Nianqin snorted coldly, raising his palm and slapping towards the air. All of a sudden, the vortexes in the sky seemed to have received an order, and they engulfed Su Yu like a thunderstorm, intending to tear him into mincemeat. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they broke out in cold sweat for Su Yu. It was still not too late to admit defeat, but once Zhou Nianqin lost control, it would be too late. However, Su Yu was calm and composed. "Shua, With a flash of silver light, a silver bow appeared in his empty hand. In many people's eyes, Su Yu's control over space had reached an unimaginable level, which was why he was able to hide such a large object. No one knew that he had an extremely precious universe mirror in his bosom, the mountain river dragon bow. Jiang Mufei exclaimed. Her two big eyes were filled with jealousy and a deep desire. Zhong Wan couldn't help but reveal some envy. He smiled bitterly and said, "What a lucky fellow. He actually obtained a mid-grade divine weapon from Anua City. The palace garrisoned divine artifact, which only the northern continent's superpowers possessed, had appeared in Su Yu's hands." The eyes of the geniuses were engulfed in flames of greed. Many of them were breathing rapidly, their eyes red. Even Zhou Nianchen's pupils constricted. He licked his lips as he stared at the silver bow, his gaze wavering. Lu Li was the only one who did not know about the bow. News of what had happened in Anua City had not reached the Empire of Darkness. However, his intuition told him that the bow was extraordinary. Hiss, hiss! Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Yu's pupils had turned into a sparkling white color. The 100 vortexes, which looked chaotic but were extremely fast, were all in Su Yu's eyes. He pulled back the bowstring, but only pulled it back a little, about an inch. With Su Yu's current level of control over the silver bow, he could pull it back at least 3 inches. However, Su Yu only chose to pull it back by an inch. An illusory spirit energy arrow the size of a thumb was faintly discernible. The threatening glow of the arrow caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Lu Li's indifferent expression turned serious. This is whoosh. A piercing sound could be heard. The spirit energy arrow pierced through the air, striking a spirit vortex. Creak! The spirit vortex that could swallow everything was pierced by the spirit energy arrow. The vortex was destroyed with a sound. The arrow of spiritual energy also collapsed and disappeared. One arrow destroyed a vortex. The power of the arrow was terrifying. Compared to the tribulation of ice and thunder, the power of the arrow was even stronger. But there were still 99 vortexes. Whoosh! While the crowd was still in shock, another piercing sound could be heard. Creak! A devouring vortex dissipated. Turning their heads to look, they realized it was Su Yu. After shooting the first arrow, he pulled back the bowstring without stopping shooting the second arrow. His fingers lightly moved, forming an arrow of spirit energy. He then released his fingers and shot again. From shooting the arrow to drawing the bow, to shooting the arrow again, it was a continuous cycle. The middle was done in one go without any pause. In the blink of an eye, he had shot out 10 arrows of spirit energy. It would have been fine if the crowd was only surprised by such a fast shooting speed. What truly shocked them was Su Yu's archery skills. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Every time Su Yu casually glanced, he would shoot an arrow, and every arrow accurately pierced the devouring vortex. Regardless of the angle, speed, or trajectory, it was as if everything was in front of Su Yu and he could easily hit them. Such shocking archery skills set off a huge wave in the hearts of the crowd. While they were still in shock, Su Yu had already shot out 40 arrows, destroying 40 vortexes. Zhou Nianchen's confident expression turned serious as he exclaimed in disbelief, Is this the archery skills of a human? No. I cannot let him continue shooting. Zhou Nianchen's heart trembled as he let out a low grunt. Overlapping vortexes! At that moment, the vortexes in the sky began to overlap. Once they overlapped, they fused into one, their power multiplying. Arrows of spirit energy would not be able to pierce through them. Time control. Seal of time. Su Yu's eyes glowed. With time control, in the state of human blood, time flowed 3 times faster. With time seal, the purple dragon entangled the sky above the vortexes, causing time to freeze. The merging of the vortexes temporarily stopped. Both of them only lasted for a breath's time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The densely packed sounds of arrows, like a storm, exploded in that one breath's time. The sounds of the arrows converging on a single point fused, turning into an ear-piercing screech. The entire Phoenix Tower shook, letting out creaking sounds. The sound of the arrows contained an unparalleled glow. It pierced through the clouds, heading straight for the sun and moon in the sky. Half of the Phoenix fort was shaken by the sound of the arrows. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Within a 1-mile radius, all living beings felt a piercing pain in their ears. Those who were closer felt a piercing pain on their skin. Chapter 366. Shooting 60 arrows consecutively, the overlapping sound of the arrows was already so terrifying. Then, how powerful would the overlapping sound of the arrows be? Su Yu's mind lit up, a spark flashing past. Creak! Creak! In the sky, the sound of destruction could be heard for a brief moment. The remaining 60 vortexes were all destroyed. In a short moment, all 60 vortexes had been destroyed. The full moon stage was dead silent. The crowd looked at Su Yu, all of them fearful. An attack from an immortal realm level 4 had been taken head-on. Just how strong was Palace Master Inu? Lu Li's expression turned rigid, his gaze fixed on Su Yu's silver bow, unable to look away. He had successfully blocked Zhou Nianchen's attack. Zhou Nianchen's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He could not believe that his full power attack was unable to defeat an immortal realm level 3 kid. Su Yu stood at his original position, not moving an inch. The wind blew against his clothes, messing up his silver hair. However, it was unable to cause a ripple on his calm face. I have already let you have 2 moves. Now it is my turn, right? Su Yu's voice was calm, without joy or sorrow. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. The crowd shuddered, realizing that Su Yu had not taken the initiative to attack. He had been defending. Both attacks had been the same. Unknowingly, Su Yu had let his opponent have 2 moves. Zhou Nianchen no longer looked down on Su Yu. He stared at Su Yu's silver bow, extremely fearful. That bow was too frightening. Being able to block my attack does not mean that you have the ability to fight me. Zhou Nianchen scolded, spirit energy surging around his body, forming a swirling vortex that protected his body. The devouring vortex had switched from offense to defense. Is that so? Su Yu's expression was indifferent, pulling back the bow and aiming at Zhou Nianchen's chest. Whoosh! Pull back the bow, shoot! Whoosh! Shoot! Pull back the bow, shoot again. Whoosh! Su Yu once again displayed his shocking archery skills. He shot out 10 arrows in one breath, each arrow connected from head to tail. It was 10 arrows linked. 10 arrows of spirit energy formed a straight line, shooting toward the same spot on Zhou Nianchen's chest. Creak! The first arrow of spirit energy was swallowed a zhang into it. However, a ripple was created in the vortex of spiritual energy. Without waiting for the ripple to recover, the second arrow of spirit energy entered the ripple. Pucci, the arrow of spiritual energy, was annihilated, but it pierced through the ripples by a foot. Before the hole was fully covered, the third arrow of spiritual energy shot over. Pucci, this time it pierced through 3 feet. Pucci, 5 feet. Pucci! Just like that, the 10 arrows followed the same trajectory and actually broke through the absolute defense of the devouring vortex, until the last arrow, boom! The spiritual energy arrow pierced through his defenses and struck Zhou Nianchen's chest. The powerful force caused his chest to explode and penetrate into his flesh. He was pushed back 9 steps by the powerful force and crashed into the railing. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Zhou Nianchen's mouth. This scene caused everyone to be unable to express their emotions in words. Su Yu had won. An immortal realm level 3 had actually won against an immortal realm level 4. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would absolutely find it hard to believe that such a heaven-defying thing could happen. Although this arrow didn't pierce through Zhou Nianchen, only slightly injuring him, In terms of exchanging pointers, it was already a victory. Creak! However, Suyu had no intention of stopping, and he pulled the bowstring once again. Zhou Nianqin's expression turned grave, embarrassed, and furious. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Whoosh! At this moment, Mu Tianfang flew between the two of them. "The Bright Moon Banquet is not a place for you to fight." Mu Tianfang's expression was solemn, muttering to himself. Suyu kept his silver bow. This was the Phoenix Fort, after all. He naturally had to show respect. Zhou Nianqin's nostrils flared, too ashamed to remain there. He flicked his sleeves and left. "Humph! Inu, we will fight again in 3 days." Whoosh! Turning into an afterimage, Zhou Nianqin disappeared into the sky. "Is there anyone else who wishes to fight?" Mu Tianfang raised Feng Xian's handkerchief. The entire place was silent, having seen Su Yu's abilities, who dared to provoke him. Su Yu stood in the middle with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lu Li. "I have disappointed you. I did not create a chance for you to show off. If you feel that this is not enough, you can step forward and fight me. That way, you might still have a chance to show off." Before the fight, Lu Li was eccentric, certain that Su Yu would definitely lose. He wanted Su Yu to persevere until the end so that he could help the Empire of Darkness regain its honor. Unfortunately, Su Yu did not lose. Instead, he won. Lu Li's expression was cold. "I am not interested in the handkerchief. Furthermore, your abilities are only at this level. You are not worthy of me fighting. Winning against Zhou Nianqin is nothing. He was defeated by me long ago. You are not worthy of me fighting." Lu Li was extremely confident. What he said was the truth. Zhou Nianqin had indeed been defeated by him. Su Yu sneered. "Are you still feeling good about yourself now that things have come to this? If you win against Zhou Nianqin, you will be high and mighty. If I win against him, it is nothing. Why? Is there a difference between the Zhou Nianqin you beat and the Zhou Nianqin I beat?" Lu Li slowly stood up, indifferently shaking his head. "You do not understand my realm." "Sure, can't we decide who is stronger if we fight here? Or are you afraid of losing and unwilling to fight?" Su Yu said. To his surprise, Lu Li ignored Su Yu, summoning the blue illusion eagle and leaping onto its back. After flying to a high altitude, he looked down on Su Yu, coldly shaking his head. "You are not worthy of me fighting." Whoosh! After saying this, he flew away from the full moon stage in a domineering manner. Even though the geniuses were unhappy with Lu Li's arrogance, no one felt that he was escaping, because Lu Li was indeed abnormally strong. It was rumored that Zhou Nianqin could not even take 3 moves from Lu Li. The two of them were not on the same level. Only Su Yu could understand Lu Li's intentions. It was not that he did not want to fight, but that he did not want to fight. If Su Yu was still a weak fighter in his eyes, he would have taught him a lesson long ago to show off his might and gain glory. But he realized that Su Yu's archery was godly and was a little troublesome. He did not want to waste his energy before the Phoenix meet and take the risk of getting injured. Thus he left proudly. "If no one wants to fight, this handkerchief belongs to Su Yu." Mu Tianfang smiled, stuffing the handkerchief into Su Yu's hands, mysteriously saying, "You have to treasure it. This handkerchief has a hidden meaning." When the handkerchief entered his hands, a holy feeling, accompanied by the fragrance of a lady, assaulted his senses. Su Yu seemed to have seen Xianer, smiling and waving at him. It had been a few years since they last met, and he wondered if Xianer had grown up. Carefully keeping the handkerchief, Su Yu returned to the table, continuing to exchange cultivation experiences with Zhong Wan and the rest. "Inu, your level of comprehension is really shocking," Zhong Wan exclaimed. "To be able to cultivate your divine decree to the divine grade, in my memory, among those of the same generation, only Feng Xian can do so. But it seems that your divine decree is lacking something." Zhong Wan had a thoughtful expression. Su Yu was shocked. His divine decree had encountered an unprecedented bottleneck. Chapter 367. Who would have thought that Zhongwan would be able to detect some clues? "Brother Zhongwan, please enlighten me," Suyu said earnestly. Zhongwan waved his hand and said with a humble smile, "I gave up on my divine decree after comprehending it to the saint heavenly sovereign realm. How can I guide you? However, I was fortunate enough to witness an immortal level 5 powerful fighter releasing a divine grade, divine decree. As such, I was able to comprehend it. An immortal level 5 fighter who had comprehended a divine grade, divine decree?" Suyu was secretly shocked. Could it be that the strong martial artist also knew that the divine decree was the path to becoming a god? Your divine decree is filled with the concept of nature. However, that's all. Nothing of your own has been integrated into it. Suyu sank into deep thought. Something that belongs to me? Recalling the process of his comprehension, Suyu realized that his divine decree seemed to have fused with nature, borrowing the power of ice and thunder from nature. However, he had never thought of fusing it with his own. But what do I need to integrate into myself? If you really want to have a breakthrough, you must make a trip to the Phoenix Cabinet. There is a mysterious pavilion there called the Forgotten Pavilion. Sitting in it, you can forget about the mundane world and merge with the heavenly Tao. Using this opportunity, you can discover what is missing in your divine decree. Forgotten Pavilion? Suyu nodded. Thank you, Brother Zhongwan, for telling me. The moon was in the middle of the sky and the night was deep. All the geniuses returned from their fruitful journey. Yin you stay. Mu Tianfeng stopped Suyu. Suyu was at a loss, but Zhongwan shot him a meaningful smile. Even Jiang Mufei's face turned red and she said, "Don't be dazzled by the choices." Moments later, Suyu was the only one left in the building. "I'll bring you to a place," Mu Tianfeng said mysteriously. Suyu was stunned. "Where?" "Phoenix Cabinet," Mu Tianfeng said with a smile. Suyu was puzzled. "Why are we going there?" Mu Tianfeng's face turned slightly red. "That is your reward. The victors of the previous Bright Moon banquets have all received such treatment. There's no need to ask. You'll know once you get there. I guarantee it's a good thing." Suyu rubbed his nose. Is this a good thing? Thinking back to Zhongwan and Jiang Mufei's strange expressions and words before they left, he had a bad feeling. An hour later, after passing through layers of tight security, they successfully entered the depths of the Phoenix Cabinet. They stopped in front of a luxurious loft. 12 pure and beautiful 16-year-old female disciples were sitting quietly in the pavilion. Some are cute and playful. Some are valiant and heroic. Some are delicate and handsome. Some are elegant and refined. The 12 women were all extremely beautiful, and their ages were similar to Suyu's. Not only were they extremely beautiful, but their temperaments were also different. They had everything you could think of. With so many beautiful women gathered together, it was truly a feast for the eyes. When the 12 girls looked at Suyu, their faces became slightly flushed and they were bashful. They whispered to each other, while their beautiful eyes flickered. The 12 of them are the best candidates for the next generation of the Phoenix deity. Their talents and appearances are all of the best. As the strongest person in the Bright Moon banquet, you have the right to choose a person before the Phoenix meet. I wonder who you have your eyes on. Mu Tianfeng said. Suyu was slightly stunned. Was this matchmaking for him in advance? You don't have to worry about their attitude. They're only 16 years old, so they don't have the chance to participate in the blind date. The next round will be 10 years later. By then, they'll already be 26 years old. To be able to find an outstanding husband at the age of 16 is exactly what they want. Furthermore, you are indeed extremely outstanding. The legendary genius of the North Continent, 17 years old, handsome and otherworldly. All of you are the best of best, and they can't ask for anything more. You can be at ease and choose boldly. Hearing this, The 12 beauties became even more embarrassed. Apart from 2 courageous ones, no one dared to raise their heads to look at Suyu. However, Suyu sighed softly. Is Leader Mu testing me? You know that I'm already engaged. No wonder Zhongwan and the rest had such ambiguous expressions. Leader Mu sighed. I'm doing this for your own good. You really have no chance of being together with the Phoenix deity. You can settle for the next best thing and choose one from here. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't have the habit of giving my fiancé away, Suyu calmly said. Leader Mu sighed, hesitating. Inu, there are some things I don't want to hide from you. Do you really understand your fiancé? What do you mean? Suyu raised his brows. Leader Mu hesitated. I heard that Palace Master Shinkong is interested in Phoenix Deity, and Phoenix Deity seems to be in love with Palace Master Shinkong as well. The 2 of them were chatting happily and harmoniously. Some female disciples saw them hugging each other. Leader Mu felt that this reality was too cruel for Suyu. He had come from far away, but all he had gotten was the betrayal of his fiancée. Rumble, a bolt of lightning, shook the heavens. Suyu could no longer tell if it was the lightning in reality or the tremors in his mind. His body froze on the spot, his eyes dazed. He was like a puppet. The reality before him was too shocking. He had never thought that Sienna would betray him. That cute, petite, lonely Sienna, who would not marry anyone but him, had actually thrown herself into someone else's embrace? He had experienced many hardships chasing Sienna from Shenhua Island to the Jinlong continent. He had only seen Sienna once. And the next time he saw her, she had already fallen in love with someone else? Such a blow caused Suyu's heart to be in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Logic told him that Sienna was not that kind of girl. But the cruel truth was that Sienna had fallen in love with someone else. Could it be that he had not been by her side for a long time, that Sienna had forgotten about her feelings, about the marriage, and about the promise she had made? Could it be that Sienna's mind had gradually matured, and she had seen the prosperity of the world, the limitless future, and had abandoned the past? How was this different from the past Jiang Xueqing? Was he going to face the betrayal of the person he loved again? Was Feng Xian really Sienna? A person's appearance could change, but could their heart change so much as well? I want to see Sienna. Suyu said. Mu Tianfang sighed. Now that things have come to this, it would be better not to see her. Why are you so stubborn? Suyu acted as if he had not heard her. I just want to know if I can see her now. After a moment of silence, Mu Tianfang said helplessly, Feng Xian does not meet outsiders easily, but you are an exception. Whoosh! Mu Tianfang took out a handkerchief from Suyu's robes. This is your privilege. This handkerchief is your privilege to meet Feng Xian. This is the privilege of this bright moon banquet's king. Write your words on it, and someone will convey it to her. But whether she is willing to meet you depends on her will. If she is unwilling, you cannot go against her will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suyu wrote a simple line of words. I will wait for you, Sienna, your fiancée. Mu Tianfang nodded, helplessly sending the handkerchief out. All right, all of you can return. Leave this place for Feng Xian and Inu. Mu Tianfang took the 12 beauties with her. Only Suyu was left in the pavilion. At this moment, Suyu felt a rare sense of nervousness. He had never felt such a fear of losing Sienna. In no time, footsteps could be heard from behind him. Suyu turned his head. It was a handsome man. Yes, extremely handsome. In fact, he was as handsome as a woman. He had bright eyes and white teeth. He wore a crown on his jade-like face, and his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like a bright moon, exuding absolute temptation. Even Suyu found it difficult to compete with him in terms of appearance. And his cultivation level was far above Suyu's. His cultivation level was deep and unfathomable. He was even more frightening than Inspector Bai He at his peak. He was just below Ling Xiaotian. In his hands, Su, you might not even have the chance to fight. Are you the one who wishes to see Xian'er? The young man was elegant and calm. Su Yu's gaze turned serious. Yes, and who are you? Shin Kong, Xian'er's fiancé. He was Palace Master Shin Kong, the only Vice Palace Master that Su Yu had never met. The strongest Vice Palace Master in the North Continent, his abilities just below Ling Xiaotian's. Su Yu's pupils dilated. He was the person that Xian'er had fallen for. He could not deny that Shin Kong was too outstanding. In the entire North Continent, no one could surpass him. You are Xian'er's fiancé? Even though I do not know why you call yourself that, unfortunately he does not wish to see you. Shin Kong calmly passed on Xian'er's words. Su Yu froze on the spot. Xian'er was not even willing to see him. Otherwise, why would she send someone she liked to pass on the message? Did she wish for Su Yu to give up? Also, Shin Kong turned to leave, turning his head back. Do not disturb Xian'er again. No one can save you. With a flick of his finger, the pavilion that Su Yu was in silently turned into dust. Su Yu stood there, clenching his fists tightly. He had snatched his woman and even warned him not to disturb him. Fury, jealousy, and dissatisfaction filled his heart. Su Yu felt as if his soul had been hollowed out. The pillar of support that he had relied on, the goal that he had worked so hard for, had suddenly collapsed. This caused him to be furious and at a loss, like a puppet with no home to return to. He stood blankly in the ruins. The moonlight was cold and clear, the wind blowing. But Su Yu was like a wooden man, standing there until dawn. His dry eyes were bloodshot, losing his usual elegance. Leader Mu, how can I see Xian'er? Su Yu turned his head, looking toward a corner of the yard. Whoosh! A person's robes fluttered in the wind as a figure appeared from the corner of the wall. It was Mu Tianfang who had silently accompanied Su Yu for the entire night. You still do not want to give up? Mu Tianfang sighed. Su Yu shook his head, his dry eyes filled with confusion. With Xian'er's personality, even if her mood changed, she would not be so heartless. Is Feng Xian really the Xian'er I am looking for? Su Yu pondered for a long time during the night. After calming down, he realized that there were many doubts. This doubt was the one that Su Yu could not let go of. Xian'er was pure and kind. Even if her mood changed and she fell in love with someone else, how could she be so cold and heartless? This was not like her. But other than Feng Xian, was there a second Xian'er in the Phoenix cabinet? Just what was going on? He could only verify it with his own eyes and meet Feng Xian. Mu Tianfang sighed helplessly. Unless I get first place in the Phoenix meet, then I will be able to meet Feng Xian. She will not be able to reject me. Other than that, there is no other way. Su Yu lifted his feet, stepping out of the ruins. His eyes were burning with an unprecedentedly fierce flame. Then I will get first place. I will kill whoever blocks me, even if I have to kill all the geniuses of the Northern Continent. Chapter 368. Mu Tianfang was slightly shocked. He swore to slaughter all the geniuses of the Northern Continent for a woman? He was so obsessed with Feng Xian. All right, I hope you succeed. Mu Tianfang sighed softly. After hesitating for a while, Mu Tianfang said apologetically, I'm very sorry. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I brought you trouble instead. Su Yu's expression was calm as he shook his head and consoled her. It has nothing to do with you. You'll have to face it eventually. In the end, he still believed in Xian'er. Everything could be discussed after meeting her. Yu, let me bring you to a place. It might be useful for your training, Mu Tianfang said reluctantly after hesitating for a long time. Su Yu smiled and declined tactfully. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. She had brought Su Yu to choose a woman because she hoped that Su Yu could forget the pain of Xian'er's betrayal. Seeing that Su Yu was sad, she decided to help him again. She was indeed a good girl with a cold face but a warm heart. Shaking her head slightly, Mu Tianfang said, Don't refuse. Consider it a little bit of support from me. I hope that you can successfully meet Feng Xian and make things clear in person. He was touched and had a good impression of her. I will remember Commander Mu's favor. Su Yu bowed gratefully and gladly accepted it. Mu Tianfeng pursed her lips and smiled. Her delicate face was like a white lotus in the morning, beautiful beyond compare. After 10 minutes, a deserted courtyard. Broken fences, dilapidated walls, luxuriant weeds, and mottled traces of time covered the earth. The dazzling interior of the Phoenix Cabinet was so desolate and dilapidated, forming a stark contrast. This place is an ancient ruin. It was preserved by the first pavilion master for later generations to use for cultivation. Commander Mu stared at the ruins, awe in his eyes. Following Mu Tianfeng's footsteps, Su Yu stepped into the abandoned yard. There was a small bridge over a flowing river, a green willow tree shade, clear spring water, and a misty, immortal mist. It was like a paradise in the mortal world. The ancient aura added to its mysteriousness. It was as if they had inadvertently entered a land of immortals. After passing through the dense fog, Su Yu's gaze landed on the center of the lake, where a simple and unadorned pavilion sat quietly on the surface of the lake. He was like a lonely and proud immortal, far away from the mortal world, isolated in the middle of the still water. All of a sudden, Su Yu's pupils shrank as he fixed his gaze on the board. A piece of rotten, damp, yellowed wood hung from the pavilion, teetering on the verge of collapse. However, Su Yu's gaze could not move away from the board. Forgotten pavilion. Zhong Wan had mentioned the important place of the Phoenix Cabinet, the forgotten pavilion. By comprehending here, one could comprehend the great Tao, thoroughly understand oneself, cleanse one's soul, and clearly see the past and future. In Su Yu's eyes, the moment he saw those 3 words, his mind was at peace. All the complicated matters were eliminated, and his mind was as light as a swallow. For a moment, the mountains were empty, the lake was quiet, and time was silent. It was as if Su Yu was the only one left in the world, facing the pavilion alone. Go in. I'll give this opportunity to you. I hope you'll be able to make a breakthrough. Mu Tianfeng's eyes were filled with reluctance. The Forgotten Pavilion was only open to Immortal Realm Level 3 disciples, and each person only had a chance to enter it once every half a year. Since she had given this opportunity to Su Yu, she had lost the right to enter. Su Yu was so immersed in it that he lost his ability to think. He strode into the pavilion. Stepping into the pavilion, Su Yu's soul was bathed in the clear spirit radiance. His mind was far away, as if he had entered the distant starry sky, chasing after the great way of the heavens that lay beyond the endless 9 heavens. The world was void, and the chaos was endless. Su Yu was soaring in the endless world. Unrestrained and unrestrained, he wandered in the boundless deep sea. Wasn't that indescribably comfortable feeling similar to the first time he comprehended the divine decree? Is this the great way? But why is it void? Su Yu's mind was filled with questions. The great way of the heavens gathered the logic of the world, and it could clearly see the human heart. Why was Su Yu not feeling anything other than wanton and free? Su Yu sank into deep thought. Dust fell onto Su Yu's body. A cool breeze blew his long hair. Birds flew above his head. Darkness and dawn alternated in front of the lake. The light of the rising sun shone on his body, but his eyes did not blink. He sank into deep thought, thinking about the void great way of the heavens. Who are you, sneaking into the Phoenix Cabinet and coveting the supreme great way? Suddenly, a sharp rebuke pulled Su Yu back to reality from the void. The lingering state in his mind suddenly dissipated. Is it over? But it seems like I still did not get what I wanted. Su Yu sighed. Slowly getting up, Su Yu left the pavilion, his heart filled with reluctance. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? The lady who shouted stood by the shore, her expression unfriendly. She wore a long black gown and had an oval face. She should have had a gentle and beautiful appearance, but because of her harsh words, she seemed unreasonable. Whoosh! Suddenly, Mu Tianfeng hurried over from outside the yard, her hands holding a few spiritual fruits that she had prepared for Suyu. Greetings, Phoenix Lady Yuling. Mu Tianfeng's expression was solemn, kneeling on one knee and kowtowing respectfully. The lady in the long black gown was the second-ranked Phoenix Lady of the Phoenix Cabinet, Yu Ling. Her abilities were only below the number 1 Phoenix Lady, Feng Xian. Immortal Realm Level 4, lower tier. Leader Mu, give me an explanation. Yu Ling's expression was unfriendly, but she did not explode. After all, Mu Tianfeng was the Cabinet Master's unofficial disciple. She had to give her some face. Mu Tianfeng stood up, her expression apologetic. Reporting to Phoenix Lady Yuling, he is Palace Master Inu, the victor of the Bright Moon Banquet sparring. I will transfer the right to enter the Forgotten Pavilion to him. Please forgive me for disturbing Phoenix Lady Yuling. Eh? Phoenix Lady Yuling had a stern expression as she scolded. Nonsense. The Phoenix Cabinet is a holy place. Men do not stay overnight. You have tarnished the reputation of the Phoenix Cabinet by keeping him here. Mu Tianfeng let out a bitter laugh, bowing. Yes, Phoenix Lady Yuling is right. I did not consider this thoroughly. It's not just inconsiderate. As the commander, you should set an example for yourself. Breaking the law while knowing the law is even more of a crime. I will report this to the pavilion master and punish you. Yu Ling seemed to be an exceptionally inflexible person. Mu Tianfeng could only silently endure. Go back and face the wall immediately. Yu Ling's tone was strict. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Tianfeng was a little displeased. The Phoenix Lady was ultimately a disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet and did not manage it. However, as the second Phoenix Lady, her status was higher. Hence, she was polite and allowed Yu Ling to criticize her. But ordering her to face the wall and giving her a punishment was not something that Yu Ling had the authority to do. I know my mistake and will ask for forgiveness from the Cabinet Master. Mu Tianfeng was neither servile nor overbearing. Yu Ling's eyes narrowed. You have no remorse? Su Yu looked on coldly. Mu Tianfeng gave in again and again, but Yu Ling was overbearing. This Phoenix Lady, if you want to punish her, why don't you punish Palace Master Shin Kong as well? Who made Palace Master Shin Kong stay in the Phoenix Cabinet last night? Su Yu said. Yu Ling's expression froze for a moment, then returned to her cold expression in an instant, as if she did not hear Su Yu's words. Instead of replying, she said, I did not ask you to speak. Shut your mouth. Su Yu sneered. I thought that you were so strict because you were old-fashioned. It turns out that you are just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Feng Xian, you do not dare to offend her. Yet here you are abusing your official position for personal gain and making things difficult for a commander? Su Yu walked over and shielded Mu Tianfeng behind him. I am the winner of the competition at the Bright Moon Banquet. According to the rules, I was invited to the Phoenix Cabinet. What is wrong with that? Instead, Palace Master Shin Kong suddenly appeared in the Phoenix Cabinet. Instead of reporting Feng Xian, you purposely created trouble for Commander Mu? Yu Ling's expression turned slightly grave. She ignored Su Yu and glared at Mu Tianfeng. Mu Tianfeng, don't think that you can be unbridled just because you are the Cabinet Master's unofficial disciple. Colluding with outsiders to bully me in the Phoenix Cabinet? I won't let this matter rest just like this. What sophistry! It was clear that she had intentionally targeted Mu Tianfeng the moment she arrived. How could she say that they were bullying her? She was in the wrong, so she retorted and accused them of bullying her.